Joe is outside chopping up my Christmas tree right now.
Chopping it up to
Yep.
throw in your trash can.
Yep. Toby
I
sent
just
him a
leave
text.
it out on the front until it disappears one day. I never know who takes it, but I know it disappears one day.
So we don't have like a place to put stuff. Like it would be in our driveway is where we'd have to put it. It's where we put the trash cans on trash day. They just have to sit in our driveway.
So you would have to just put it at the end of the.
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm not even sure that we offer that service because no one else on my street did.
One definitely appeared in the snowbank on the side of my street and has been there for more than a week.
Yeah, ours disappeared during the snowstorm and now it's back there. So hopefully something will take it.
Yeah, because our trash guys definitely don't.
I could probably just put it in my compost bin and it'd be taken next week. Maybe I'll do that today. One more search. That's what I needed. Okay. Today is the 13th of Sindenstar. The name of that day is, we were in Grisson. Folson, the 13th of Sindenstar is the day that we are on right now. Let's see. And so from our last game, the hunt continues. On day 3, you all spent most of the next day lost in the woods after getting turned around, encountered some rough terrain that slowed you down and exhausted some of your party, and Carrick started restoring the broken ring you had been given by Giannis months ago. On day 4, this day started off much better than the other. And after gathering your bearings, you all headed west, Jagoda leading the way this time. Around midday, you spotted a group of 3 humanoid creatures down by a creek/riverbed in an open area of the forest. Being very cautious not to enter another boneyard situation, Felix snuck up to get a better look as the others stood back to provide support if needed. Felix disguised himself as one of the humanoids and hailed the 3 strangers. Playing a lost traveler, Felix learned that these blind druids were quite welcoming, although quite pockmarked and sickly. They spoke a bunch about the forest warden and trying to reclaim the forest from the blight. The forest warden had fallen ill and feared that when he falls, they may be lost without his protection. The rest of the group approached and were all offered food and shelter if they wished to help them with foraging. However, you are all free to go. You learned of the blight beast that hides in shadows and lurks in waters in the woods to the south, where they believed it to call home as the corruption intensifies there. They also told you of an obelisk to the west that may help. You all then continued your day heading to the southwest. You continued south, seeing the camp the druids had spoken about in the center of a crystal clear lake. Viewing the camp, you saw firelight and heard some faint music. Felix gave Fell half of a present for him, an orb of direction, so he will always know which way is north. And Jagoda brought back some game that Christopher cooked up to the best of his ability, but it came out a little tough as he had never cooked snake before. Day 5. You decided that the druid camp may be safe and a good place to find more information. After observing it from the shore of the lake, you headed out there on your boat. Felix did a very bad job of ingratiating himself to the druids, and while not outright barred from entering, they did ask you to fetch some objects from a nearby source of power, something they could use to help divine some next steps for their enclave. Frustrated with the druids, you all hopped back in your boat and headed west. You came to a tall obsidian obelisk a few hours later. As you came close, a large flock of black birds burst from the canopy, causing a cacophony of sound that rattled, fell in Christopher's heads, causing them to caw like birds as they flew away. Investigating the towering stone, you found a few interesting things. Firstly, a set of stones were able to be pulled out of the structure, not like a chipping, but more like drawing out of a pool. Carrick read that the magic coming from the stone was divinatory and that the stones pulled out could be used to see glimpses of the future. Also, that he could concentrate and attune with the stone to cast a more powerful spell. Using one of the stones he pulled out, Felix finds that traveling to the south will be hard, but it will be beneficial. Carrick attuned with the stone. As he did, Christopher noticed thin gold chains pulsing inside of the stone. Carrick was given a single question to ask some sort of deity, and while although vague, provided insight of the need for allies. You continued south and made camp for the night. Jagoda was getting amped and shared some expensive whiskey from Taldore. And then we moved to day 6. Waking up the next morning, Christopher seemed to have not gotten the best sleep and was exhausted. Jagoda took point and led your troops south until you came to a large, slightly dilapidated structure. Some quick scouting, you found out this looked like a long forgotten or abandoned temple of Coralon, the Archheart, god of the elves and beauty. Felix snuck into the structure and posted up above the main floor, providing some information on the enemies below. They were twisted, lizard-like humanoids emanating a horrendous odor and covered in black pustules that roamed around the inside and outside of the church. The rest of the group, besides Jagoda, who made his own way, entered from the southern entrance. A battle began. The southern team burst in, Christopher blowing into his haunting bagpipes, terrifying some of the creatures, Jagoda swinging in and firing shots from a distance, Carrick blasting a couple with fire, Thels sent out a javelin and a streak of lightning, and Felix sniped a fleeing monster from the rafters. However, one of the creatures was able to escape down to the lower section of the temple following the stream of water. Seeing a clear field, Jagoda jumped over the river and narrowly avoided the jaws of a giant crocodile. Most of the team handled the crocodile with gravity sink poles, hammers, swords, and a feat of strength from Christopher to escape its jaws. Felix decided to split the party and scout ahead, trying to find the one other escaped beast and what it may be doing. The battle outside ended, and Jagoda began to carve with the croc, while the rest of you started down towards where Felix had run off to when Christopher heard a call of help from Felix through his earring, as Felix was face to face with a large blind ogre holding a massive cleaver. And that's where we're at. And Jake is going to join in a couple minutes, so we will wait for him because he is the one in front of a giant ogre. What else do I need? This. Can you all see the map just fine? I should have asked that.
Yep.
I got nothing.
You got nothing? It's just a black screen?
Indeed.
Okay, well, let's see. Refresh the screen. Oh, that's a pain.
Oh, I see you added some buttons.
Did I add no, the short and long rest buttons, those were added by
Oh, really?
yeah, they added that. I don't know when I guess they added that between last time and this time. I didn't see any email from them. So we'll delete you and we'll re-add you. You see now, Chris, or
Still nothing.
okay. You have night vision. Should we? Can you see things, TJ?
A lip read, I guess.
Yeah.
It's being weird with me. I like. Maybe I'll try logging out.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe just try to log out, log back in. Command L. Perfect. Reset lighting.
Still a negatory.
Interesting. Weird. So when I move your token itself, it works fine.
Try zooming. When I first joined, I was zoomed in to a dark spot. Try zooming way out.
That did it. Thanks.
You were just zoomed into a dark spot.
I see
Okay,
the whole
cool.
square though. That's what's weird. I had like it showed. I thought I saw a border box, but yep. Okay. Thanks. I even like zoom. I tried one little zoom out, but I was like so zoomed in. That...
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. So I guess Jagoda is actually behind you guys. He was carving up that croc as you guys all ran in. Just kind of everyone's status. Jagoda took the most hits from that fight. So he's looking a little worse for wear. No, he's not. Something happened with their tokens to where they did not actually represent anything. He took no hits. So okay. Yeah, Christopher and Thel took a couple hits from that previous fight, but everyone's looking pretty good. Jagoda's coming down the stairs following you guys, and Felix had called saying he's gonna get murdered after seeing a giant, not giant, but an ogre turn around after it had smelled him because he smelled too good.
Trying to figure out when I'm going to use my coin today.
Yes, you all have your coins. They can be used once every X of, or what? After you use it, you roll
1d10.
1d10.
Oh yeah,
I think.
that's right. I forgot about this thing.
Yeah. Jake, your hair's gone.
It is.
Do you miss it?
I do.
Oh no.
It's okay. It'll grow back.
It'll grow back until it doesn't.
Yep. Pretty much.
Need that. So we just did the recap. And you are in this room with a ogre that just noticed you. However, all it had said something about, ooh, fresh meat. You smell a lot better than anything. You don't belong here type thing. But as it turned around, you noticed its eyes were completely covered in the same black pock marks, and it almost obviously can't see. It's just noticing you by the smell, and it has a giant cleaver. And we'll give you 1 round to do things before we move to the rest of the group who are running in behind you.
Okay, so it can't actually see me then.
No, it
Sweet.
cannot actually see you.
Would that give me any kind of advantage on attacks?
Yeah, if you just want to try and kill this thing, yeah, it would. Let's see. Yeah, I would say it would give you advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, blind creatures are attacks against them have advantage. So yeah.
All right, sweet. So then I'm gonna just draw the dagger of. Actually, now let's draw the black steel sword. I'll sneak up behind it, and I'm just gonna stab at it.
Okay, make your.
See what happens. With advantage, right?
Yeah, it's with advantage.
Dope.
Let me open up that sheet because I forgot about it. A 13. Loading. Oh, 13 does hit. So go ahead and roll with your sneak attack.
That's 19 total. So I'm gonna say, let's see if I measure just so we can see. Let's say I came up here 30 feet and then backtracked right to where I am.
Okay. So you did that. Yeah, and you can disengage freely because you attacked. You stab into this ogre, who immediately like reels back surprised. She's like, oh, and groans out, and now is quite was quite surprised by that. And this is ow. And now I will give it to the rest of the group can do what they want to do, and then we will roll initiative based off of what you guys do. So, all right.
Do we know what's going on, or
you just know that Felix had said, "I'm going to get murdered," and you were running in behind him, and you were probably about 30, 40 feet behind. So
okay, yeah, I'll probably just keep running in.
mm-hmm.
So this is a door here.
Yeah, it should be opened. You should be able to go through it.
So I see him.
Yeah, you see him as you round this corner. You all, if you are all rushing in, can move your full movement to get to him.
Okay.
As I say that, can I just try to everyone to be quiet?
Yeah, you can signal everyone to be quiet as everyone else make a perception check to see if you see Felix going as you're trying to rush in to see him.
Disadvantage still, I think.
Yep, you still have disadvantage. Yeah, so Christopher rushing in first does not see to be quiet, and so
I'll probably just yell out "What are you gesturing?"
But the other two, kind of as you're coming around the corner, you see to be quiet. You kind of slow down a little bit. But Christopher, you can do what you want. You've used your movement, so there's that.
Yeah, I guess I'll just sit here.
Okay. Let's have everyone roll initiative. Let me bring up the tracker.
Oh, I think this is
So you have advantage,
I have advantage on initiative. Is
but
this a
it's,
skill
then you have
check?
disadvantage. So
Is
yeah,
it
you
on
just-
skill checks? Or? Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
This is, or it's advantage or initiative is technically a skill check.
Oh, okay. I'll get my natural one out on that. It's fine.
Why does it duplicate everything for me? Because you guys don't see duplicated initiatives, do you?
No.
I need to make sure I clear this after each one. Well, same. Christopher is a 13.14. Carrick is a 13.15. Jagoda is a 13. That. That. And now we sort by descending. Okay, that is to you, Felix. After you just stabbed this guy and ran back, you just see him going, ow, and just like looking incredibly confused. Just, ow, ow, what? But in a very slow speech because ogres are not very smart.
Okay, cool. Let's see. I don't know if I have anything clever to do. So I think for right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and take another shot. I'm gonna shoot at him from afar with the crossbow this time and see what happens.
Okay. Yeah, that hits and it just like kind of goes into his shoulders, like, ow, what's happening? And looks, you still, since he's blind, you still technically had advantage. I think, let me just double check that blinded gives, I know it gives them disadvantage.
I don't think Thell's on the initiative box.
Is he not? I see him in mine, but here, I'll just add him real quick. Is he there now?
Yeah.
Yeah, attack rolls against this guy have advantage. So,
All right, well, let me roll and see if I crit then.
yeah.
No.
Either one of those hits, but we'll take the first one since that's the higher number. You do get sneak attack though. So another 14 points of damage as this thing like hits it, like I said shoulder, but like probably like up closer to the neck, and a gout of blood shoots out, and he's like I said, what is happening? This thing has literally no clue what's going on. He smelled something, turned around, and then got stabbed and quickly shot. And
It's a very confusing monster at this point.
yes,
Because he hasn't had a chance to do anything.
no, he got surprised, and yeah. So next up is the ogre, though, which kind of makes sense. He turns and goes like, I don't know what's going on. Please stop. I mean, in 2 seconds, he had over half his health depleted. He is going, what is going on? Did I mess up the food? I know you smell good, and you aren't like the others. There's new people here. I'm sorry if I offended you. I just cook here. Who are you? And that will be the end of his turn. Carrick, make a perception check to see if you would have heard that. since you're down in the hallway. Nah, you didn't hear anything.
Okay, fair enough. In that case, I just run in and I firebolt him.
Okay, shoot firebolt.
Like this is, I feel, is going to end badly for us.
Wow.
Oh, but you shoot the firebolt and it blows up behind him. He's like, shit, did I mess up the fire? Thinking like his cooking fire is like overflowing as it gets this burst of heat behind him. And then that goes to Christopher.
All right. Feeling a little sympathy for the cook. So what's going on? What are you doing here, bud?
He's like, I can smell all of you. It smells like you just coming in. Are you new recruits? Are you guys here? You know, I'm happy to help you in any way I can. You know, I got some, and he like points to the table that he had been working at, and there's a like big slab of like some beast that he was butchering. So I've got this. I don't know if I messed up, and I know I'm going a little slow. My sight isn't there anymore. I can get some food out for you guys quick if you need. Maybe some. It'll be a little raw, but I don't think that bothers most of you.
So what is this place?
Okay, so with that, everything kind of comes to like with you not immediately attacking him. I'll allow you to make like intimidation or persuasion check with advantage to try and like settle this down to where it's more of a talking point instead of you just beating up this poor ogre.
I'm gonna bribe him with a garlic. I'm gonna take a sniff and say like, yeah, it's definitely missing some garlic. I'm gonna give him a garlic as
Okay.
a little peace
Then, yeah,
offering
go
for
ahead
stabbing
and
him to
make
the
it
neck.
with advantage. Make a persuasion check with advantage. But you have disadvantage, so just make a persuasion check straight. Oh Lord. The guy right now is just like too baffled and befuddled and like sitting back and is like, please don't come any closer. I'm sorry. Just please leave. And he just seems just like completely like taken aback and pulled back after trying to talk to him, and he's just kind of huddled there. Are there other things people want to do to try and talk to this guy, or just leave him there? Or we'll continue down initiative order. Jagoda comes running to where he saw you guys, gets about there and kind of looks and is like shrugging. He doesn't know what's going on. We'll move to you, Fel. Your turn.
You're muted.
Do this thing.
Nope, that's different headset. I got mics on mics going on in here. That one was muted. Yeah, so I move over a little bit, and my friend, there's no need to be scared. Please take my apology for our group here. We were a little early to jump the gun. You obviously were rather threatening with your cleaver. But what is this place?
I will allow you, unless you want to use some ability, to also make a persuasion check. It would probably be with disadvantage because he is very scared right now. unless there's like something you can spell or anything like that to kind of help this, because you're but you're coming in much more congenially, and yeah. So
Yeah, we'll zone of truth again. It seems like it'll go better against this guy than against that last group.
yeah, you can go ahead and like you are doing that up and casting a zone of truth on him. He'll make his what is it, a charisma save?
Yeah, charisma saving throw.
Would you believe that ogres are not very charismatic? Yeah, he gets a 7, so he fails. I'll still have you make a persuasion check, but we'll just do it straight on this to just try and get this guy to start talking. Yeah, 18. He's like, oh, okay. And this guy is too dumb to actually, he just felt some magic, and I think he he makes a check to see if he kind of like knows, he just knows some magic was cast on him, but he kind of more thinks that, oh, this guy's like helping and apologizing in this situation, and goes, like, sorry, I know it can come across a bit rough, especially for newcomers. I assume that's who you guys all are, just new guys joining the crew, joining the boss's crew. So cool. Yeah, I just cook here. I cook here in this flooded place. I guess it's better than being out in the woods, especially now that I can't see shit.
What did happen to your eyes, my friend?
Same thing that happens to everyone that stays in this place too long. You eat something bad, or you just scrape up against a tree wrong, and you get something in your eyes, and then suddenly they really hurt, and then they don't work.
All right. Well, yes, we're the new. Yes, we're new here. That we'll go with that. Which way to the boss, good sir?
Well, I mean, it sounded from out here there was a little bit of kerfuffle. He's generally staying over in the barracks over on the left. You just go down the hallway, turn to the left. I thought you would know if your guys are new recruits. I'd imagine he would have greeted you upstairs, but I don't know. Maybe he's busy. And some of those other guys can't really talk so good anymore. Same problem. I lost my eyes, but at least I can still talk. So normally out to the left, and there's journey the barracks over there. I'd probably say you guys can ask this guy some questions. Kind of tensions have all kind of dwindled down. He is somehow convinced that he was the one at fault. And it seems everyone make or is anyone trained in medicine?
A little bit.
So you have the medicine. I don't mean trained in medicine, but like it's one of your skills with a dot on it. Proficient in medicine.
Oh.
I don't think anyone is.
Yeah,
So you are?
I've got a checkbox on it. Yeah.
Okay, make a medicine check looking at this guy. With a 12, you notice obviously the guy can't see, but you also, beyond the wounds that you gave him, which were pretty substantial, you see that like for an ogre, this guy is very emaciated, and doesn't look to be doing too well, and probably treated pretty bad here, but seems to be working for some boss, and that. But Thel's probably the best person to ask questions, but everyone can ask questions that they have of this guy probably for a little bit. And he's under a zone of truth, so you know that he'll probably answer you.
I'd like to ask him some questions. I'd like to ask him, how are they treating you? It seems like you're not doing too hot.
Not treated great.
Dude,
generally,
can I be honest with you?
of course, if you're brought in by the boss, then I gotta trust you, because otherwise the boss gets bad.
We're here to take out the boss. Someone is within the ranks is angry with the boss, and they recruited us to take out the boss.
Make a persuasion check with advantage. This can only do good things. It can't do bad things.
Oh, God.
No, my lord. You are not allowed to roll persuasion anymore.
You could argue this should have been deception.
Yeah, I guess I'll let you roll deception, but it'll just be a flat roll.
Okay. Oh my God.
Better.
Better. Okay, I'm gonna make an insight check with him. He needs a what is his wisdom? -2. He needs a 12 or higher. He got a natural 1. He goes, "You are?" And you can see, like, it's not a smart guy. You can, like, literally see the gears turning in his brain. And he goes like, "Well, look, you guys did a number on me. Maybe it'd be possible."
We were just testing your mettle to see if you might join us.
Shit. I could. Just tell me what I need to do.
We just need you to take us to the boss.
Okay, well. Okay. Yeah, I can escort you. Should be over there in the barracks.
We'll do everything we can to protect you and make sure that you get out of here safely.
Of course, you're like, as you saw, I'm not much of a fighter. I can cook based off of the fact that I can feel the meat, but if things are, I just might swing things around. But
that's fine.
What else? Anything else, or should we get going? At this point, Jagoda runs in, sees this ogre, and immediately draws his bow.
Someone tackle him, but it cannot be me. I am not.
I go for it.
Okay, make an athletics check.
Oh man, I can't like wink with with disadvantage. Let's see how this goes. All right.
A 15 he'll make. That's cocked. Yeah, you are able to, like, just in time, like, hit his bow down. The arrow just blasts into the stone ground behind you or underneath him, and was like, "The hell!"
I like cough loudly to like try and cover up the sound.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Who else was hit in the last fight? Christopher, were you hit in the last fight?
That's a little bit. I'm surprised I'm not too bad.
Okay, well,
I usually injure myself more with like falling off things at this point.
Since we're gonna follow this big dude, it might. I'm gonna prayer of healing myself and Christopher. And you guys didn't get hit, did you, Felix?
That makes sense. You guys are kind of here because it takes about 10 minutes to do that. You guys are talking with this guy for about 10 minutes. So yeah, you can cast prayer of healing, and anyone that's hurt can go ahead and roll whatever those dice are.
That's 2d8 plus 6.
That's everything. Grab some snacks.
Okay. So yeah, go. You guys are pretty much healed all the way up.
Yeah, and then 2d8 plus 6 for our buddy here. I don't know.
Yeah. It's all just the same single roll, so everyone gets back 13. So.
Okay.
And you can see like when it does you see the arrow kind of like pop itself out, and that gout of blood stops and goes, Thank you. I'm glad I passed the test.
Did it help his eyes at all, or no?
No, the eyes from your medicine check, it's not that good, but yeah, it's the eyes are something more than just an injury. Like you don't quite know what it is, but it's definitely not like natural. You don't know if it'd be maybe a disease or a curse or something a bit more.
What's your name, buddy? Gotta have a name.
Well, let's see.
And not what they call you. I don't want to know what they call you.
Yeah, they normally just call me Cook. And I'm okay with that name, but my real name is Gorge.
Gorge. Short for gorgeous, right?
No. What's that mean?
Good looking. Just like you, homie. Lead the way.
Lead the way. Okay. So yeah, he starts moving, squeezes through the door, and you guys all follow him.
Yep.
And he moves down the hallway that he barely fits through. And he just like before he leaves, like, if we're gonna I need to finish this food, and we can bring it to him. Actually, let's make an intelligence check to see what he does. He got a natural 20 on that, and he goes like, an idea. If we want to, I can bring in the food, and you guys can pop in behind me, because I was supposed to be delivering the food here just a second ago.
I got a really good idea.
Hit me.
Go get the food, and I'm going to give him a special treat. And I am going to give him the pastry, the fireball pastry.
Okay. I'm good one.
You too. Thanks for that.
Of course. Yeah, he goes, oh, okay. And he like kind of like just looks
I'm
at
gonna-
look at the meat. He just kind of like chops it up. He's like, this is good enough.
So I'm gonna give him the fireball pastry, and I'm gonna explain to him like, this is dessert, a special dessert. Give him the food and leave.
Okay. Yeah, and do you guys just all stay in the
I do not go to the barracks when this thing.
yeah, everyone, I assume everyone just stays in the kitchen.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We can all
Yeah.
kind of hang out back in here, right?
Yeah. So he goes, he cooks us up, he takes the pastry and puts it there, and goes and delivers the food and comes back. He's like, okay, now what do we do?
Now we wait.
I'm gonna get a gray bag of tricks going to nuke another
Okay.
ferret.
Well, let's see what you get.
What was it again? It was 8
A
D8.
1d8, and I can't remember what the animals are.
Ooh,
What'd you get?
7.
Okay, on a 7. You throw this out expecting a weasel or a rat, or I think you got a badger once. Out jumps a
Dire wolf.
yep. Weep.
Snap.
You show up. Come on, dire wolf. Whoop. And it immediately is like, but it obeys any command you give it, so all good. While you're doing that, meeting your big old wolf, you guys all slightly hear
That's what I wanted to. I'll have it go sniff for some cooked deity.
yeah, so it runs over to that door to go sniff. You can't really, can you communicate with it? Can you communicate with this thing telepathically?
No, I think it's like a drug dog, but just
it sniffs and comes back to you and goes, oh. Like it definitely still thinks. Go ahead and Felix, roll 8d6 to see how much damage this does.
8d6. 8d6. Oh my god. Not bad, but that one.
What is that total? 29 damage. Okay, so with 29 damage. Okay, good. So yeah, that bomb has gone off, and the wolf has come and told you that he smells crispy things. So, what do you guys do?
I'm gonna tell Gorge to hang out here, and we'll be back for him. I think he's done his job in this mission.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so you guys go and go check out the barracks.
That's where I'm heading.
Okay.
In the middle of the pack, this one with my abilities checks.
Yeah. So as you open, your wolf runs as actually the wolf cannot open a door. So
I'm gonna open the door.
yeah, and you open the door and you immediately see a shit ton of gore and crispy bits and from the best you can put together, or I guess make an investigation check as you look at this carnage.
My God, we need another one of those.
Okay, a
I think you
25.
closed the door on me. I got locked out. I can't go in. There we go.
Yes, you guys can open and close the doors.
Oh.
Yeah, so with a 25 investigation on this, you put together that, and it absolutely reeks in here. You do put together, though, that there were probably 3 humanoid creatures in here and 2 beasts, like you see an alligator's head just lying on the ground. And yeah, so there are 3 humanoid creatures in here and 2 alligators or crocs, and the humanoids seem to be exactly like the ones who were fighting outside. So yeah, the other things in this room, there were just some, like, they were barely even beds. Like, it looked like old dilapidated beds that were probably here from when the church was actually working. There were a couple boxes that blew up that just seemed to have rags in them. There's a lot of that. However, there is a locked door that you can see, or not a locked door, but a metal door leading to some other room, as well as at the north end of the room, there is a crumbled, like, it's not totally crumbled, it's like a pool of water, and then about 10 feet after it, it gets completely crumbled down to looks like it was a hallway. And through most of where you've been walking here, you've had at least like ankle to shin deep water, as that water has been flowing down into mainly through the main center section of this place, but also it's lighter, so probably only around ankle deep in a lot of places as you walk through, and it kind of like ends up in pooling where that collapsed wall is in the back of this room. I will get rid of something real quick.
Well, the nice thing is we killed all these dudes.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the boss.
Yeah, that's what you can put together with that, is that this seems like that. Yeah, so you guys, you can see it there, but you don't actually know that all that blue is water. You do not actually know that it is there. You just see a pool. And I'd say, yeah, with a 25 investigation, like, you kind of go and push down and look, you can see that this pool drops down underneath the rubble.
So like it was underneath, and then, but we don't know that it comes up on the other side.
Yeah, you have no idea what happens after it. You just kind of see that it goes down.
All right, kick in this door.
Let's see how good that door is. Yeah, go ahead and make a strength check with advantage because of your gloves to just punch in this door. The 23, it doesn't punch in off of it, but as you punch it, the glove kind of sends that little shock wave out that it does when it hits objects, and you just hear whatever locking mechanism that was inside of it just shatter, and the door can be opened freely now. So it is no longer locked, and you can open it. Yeah, and as you enter, this place is completely unflooded. In fact, is the one place around here that feels dry. And inside, you see immediately see a like completely desiccated skeleton, like wearing some obviously like nicer robes and regalia that fit probably whoever the head of this church was. With a very nice golden necklace on it. Other than that, this is a very simple room. There's kind of a little writing desk with some papers on it that seem to have been lost to time, as well as a locked box on the side that has some words written above it in does anyone speak Elvish?
I do.
Yeah, so in there you see it says tithing box above it, and there's just like an iron locked box sitting there. So yeah.
Can I open the tithing box?
For religious purposes, I'm curious about the necklace.
Okay. Yeah, you can make a religion check on the necklace, but actually you already know it is a necklace of that same like double crescent moon star thing that was at the top of this. So it is a Coralon the Arch heart necklace. It doesn't seem to be anything special. It seems like if you had guessed, it's nicely made of silver and some gold filigree. It's probably worth 25 to 50 gold. But nothing beyond that. Just nothing immediately stands out from it.
Well, I put it on just to, old dilapidated church, dead priest. Maybe we need a little help.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so you take that, and Coralon was one of the good gods, so it's not wild to put him with Bahamut and say, hey, let's get a little bit of help here. The tithing box is locked. So you make a thieves tool check to open it.
Okay. Where's my thing? Here. Oh my God.
Why? What's going on? With that, your thieves tools, you get in there and you're moving, they actually break. It's like some sort of corrosion has happened to them, and your thieves tools are broken. Yeah, so the tithing box is still sitting there locked.
Can we put the tithing box in the bag of holding for later?
Yeah, you can pick it up and throw it in.
I think I'm like cursing under my breath as my things break. They break off. And I'm like, so I take it, I put it in the bag.
Yeah, it's just sitting on a little shelf. So yeah, you can take the tithing box and put it into the bag of holding. So put in locked tithing box. Yeah, so you now are sitting in this room that it smells awful, guys. Like, these things I thought they smelled bad on the outside. The troglodytes smell much worse on the inside, like a tauntaun. And yeah, but you have this kind of tunnel that goes down but don't know where. And you also have that main front entrance. And then you have Gorge standing in the or over in the kitchen.
Should we ask Gorge about this? Like, how much does he know? I feel like we've like expanded expended all of his knowledge. But I'm curious if he knows anything about
things. If you want just like a general, like what he knows about this area, he knows.
Does he know about the tunnel and with the water or anything?
He has no clue about that. He said, first I've heard. And then he says, all right, but the main entrance, it goes back to the old, I think is, where people prayed and where they did their religious stuff there. It's all flooded now. Had to flood most everything. So the boss's beast could have a good home. Yeah, other than that, I don't normally go down there. I just stand here and cook for the boss and his friends over in the barracks, and go out and pick some of the food outside, and that's all I kind of do. I live in between these two places. So yeah, he doesn't know much more beyond these front rooms. Just that things get flooded. He can't swim, so he doesn't go back there.
Cool. Well, what do you guys think? We can go down, try and go through here and try and figure that out. Or we never, like, the center part here is still pretty open. I don't know that we've gone through that way either. I just immediately turned right, but we could go straight.
Yeah, and what you got from Gorge is that straight leads to like the great hall that was underneath this place.
Yeah, so there might be a way back there, but
yeah, that or you guys can divide and conquer. Those are kind of like you have two paths forward. One is leading to a place, the other is question marks. So what you guys doing?
I say we stick together wherever we go.
shall we flip a coin and see heads we go straight, tails we go backtrack and see what's through?
Sure.
All right, somebody flip a coin. How do we flip a coin? Where's a D2?
There is a D2. One, I'll
Right.
say one's heads, two tails.
All right, let's do it. Advanced dice roller D. There is no D2. What can I do?
What can you do? Can you do roll 1D2? Let's slash roll.
Here, I can just flip this coin.
Yeah, if you do slash roll 1D2, it will roll its two-sided die. Or you can flip one of your coins you got.
We got a 1.
One, so head. So choosing to follow one of these coins that you found. Oh, that's what I'll say here. The other thing that you found in here is a set of 5 or 4 coins. And that is how you guys got your little fate coins.
Okay.
You found a set of 5 coins on the desk that Carrick, you immediately noticed as somewhat divinely magical. And that is how you got those coins. 1 second. So yeah, you guys choose to go forward. Is someone else scouting out ahead, or I'll say your wolf cannot get through here.
It can't go underwater, and
I have never seen a wolf swim. I've never seen no, it can't.
Dogs can swim. Wolf is basically a dog.
Underwater?
Oh yeah, dive.
Have you ever seen a dog swim underwater?
okay,
Yeah,
here's what if we can find a video in 30 seconds of a dog diving underwater,
like
I think it's
swimming
fair.
for a prolonged period underwater.
Well, I doubt I'm gonna find dog swimming in tunnel underwater, but definitely there's gonna be dog swimming underwater to like get things. Easy peasy that.
Underwater dog swimming.
How long is he underwater?
I don't know how much my video is helping my cause.
Hmm.
Because they are underwater, but he's struggling pretty. Like, it's taking
I
some
will say
time.
he can do it, but his movement is halved to about, or taken down to about 5 squares. And how long, what is the constitution score of a dire wolf? 15, so it can hold its breath for 3 minutes.
All right,
Anyways,
let's move forward. Let's go.
I have to watch this dog swim underwater. So
How,
see, they just immediately dive back up.
do we have
Well,
any?
he's not gonna hang out down there, but he's underwater and he's swimming.
Okay.
What's our tiny hut? How tiny can a tiny hut be?
Tiny hut is a stationary object.
Tiny
That's-
hut, yeah, is an immobile 10-foot radius.
You think you're making a little air bubble around
like
his
one of
head?
the like old school diving.
Yeah, diving bell.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Yeah. So you guys can dive down here. You truly don't know how far it goes, even though you can see it. When you're down there, you probably would only have vision about 5 to 10 feet ahead of you. Because this is not nice water. It is brackish and gross. But
Okay, well, we're going.
you're going. Dire Wolf,
going.
is he going to go first? Dire Wolf can go first and just struggle.
No, I think Dire Wolf's gonna go after somebody. I'm gonna go before the Dire Wolf. That's for sure. I don't
Oh
wanna
yeah,
get stuck
I'll
behind
pull
that
him
thing.
behind me. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
he's
you can
pulling-
pull him behind you. Your
Drag him.
movement, so just so everyone knows, your movement is halved while swimming underwater, or just swimming, period. Movement is halved. And yes, and for all intents and purposes, you can only see about 10 feet ahead of you. So line up your characters how you're gonna go, and then
So
I will move them. I will move them.
Let's take a different approach here, guys. I am gonna do a familiar, and I'm gonna do an octopus, and the octopus is gonna scout ahead and see what's going on before we all fucking drowned in one go.
Okay, yeah, you spend your 10 minutes summoning
Yeah.
your octopus.
Yeah.
Can I just say also that it's a very funny thought to think of Thel in full plate armor swimming underwater.
I was thinking about this when I was making this map, and I'm like, how does that really work?
Can you just walk
Because
on
there's
the
no
bottom?
rule against it. And I'm like, that's 65 pounds of armor.
He's just walking on the bottom. Yeah,
Yeah.
you just
No,
walk
but,
straight in.
but I mean, it's funny with all of you guys. Go look at how much equipment you have on you. Swimming, period, doesn't make sense. Christopher has a 25-pound hammer on his back. Yeah, so there's your little octopus.
Nice.
What's his name? Is it
Octopus.
still Owl?
No, it's octopus.
It's octopus. Yeah, so he starts going. He dives down, and you're looking through his eyes, I assume.
Yep.
And he can see just fine in this bad water because he's an octopus.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And he moves through. Beep, boop, boop, beep. As he gets to here, have him make a perception check with octopus stats.
Anyone ever had fried calamari? I'm suddenly very hungry.
How do I do it with octopus stats?
This is the octopus. This is what
Its
it looks like.
perception is +2, so roll a d20 +2. Fantastic owl octopus animal engraving. What is it? Did you just put that in? Is this a search?
I love that I can just Google owl octopus.
Okay, I was wondering if this is something like an AI generated.
That's going to be great for generating some stuff. Yeah, for this game.
With a 15, as this owl is going by, oops, this one is what we want. A crocodile starts swimming at it, and it is able to narrowly escape its first attack as it comes to the passes crocodile. That it is being chased by a crocodile now.
Okay.
Do you just have it keep going, or try to fight the crocodile?
Keep going while avoiding the crocodile. Try to outrun the crocodile.
Just because I don't know if you actually have the stat sheet to can this thing shoot an ink cloud? Yes, it can.
Ooh, let's do that then.
Yeah, so it does its normal octopus thing. So a 5-foot radius cloud of ink extends all around the octopus if it's underwater. The area is heavily obscured for 1 minute, although a significant current can disperse the ink. After releasing the ink, the octopus can use the dash action as a bonus action. So
it's gonna do all those things.
It drops its load and scoots around. And as it gets to the scooting around, you notice that it start the little underwater cavern starts scooching up. And when it gets to about here.
So I can't see it anymore because it's beyond my guy's vision.
Okay. Then I'll just describe it because that actually makes more sense.
Okay.
It comes in, the water comes and starts lifting up to like almost a plateau, and then it opens up where the octopus can pop its head up, and you see a giant cavern. Inside of this cavern, how far can an octopus see? What is its dark vision? Dark vision up to 30 feet. It can't see much else, although there is more water that it can go swimming through. But you're getting close to like the full range of which you can see through its eyes.
Okay.
You can get up to, let's see, let's get the measuring, because it can go up to 100 feet. Saying you're standing right on the edge. So actually, you have quite a bit of movement. It can move quite around this cavern. Do you want to go explore the cavern?
Yeah, I say keep exploring.
Okay, yeah. So staying underwater, but it kind of like pops out of this one piece of water, and then kind of moves around. And there's these big trenches and some trenches of water that are all about like 10 to 15 feet deep that it can kind of go through and swim around. But then there's these pockets of land all around that as it's kind of swimming through. Make one other perception check for it.
The 20 + 2 again.
Yep. A 21. So as it moves around, it sees two things. One is something, and you can still see through its eyes. It's something very similar to that cult fanatic, or that head of the cult leader, the leader cultist that you saw at the boneyard. Same sort of clothing, same sort of that stuff. And you see it, and it is speaking in a language you can't speak Abyssal, can you?
I speak. No.
I can.
Yeah, but you would have a hard time relaying what you hear back.
I think he said. Ugh.
Yeah. That's the first thing that you see, and then before, as you turn around, the last thing you see before your vision goes completely blank is underneath the water, a giant creature with, because that was so good, with 5 heads, as one of those heads grabs and eats the octopus and it dies.
Oh. Okay. Well, did I have a feeling for how far away before your first breath of air was from all that?
Your first breath of air, kind of where the tunnel reached up, was about 65, 70 feet.
Okay.
So it would take you swimming full speed, no distractions, 30 seconds, 40 seconds to get through.
Okay.
Although you do know that there is a crocodile in there.
Yes, true.
And the ink cloud lasts for a minute. The ink cloud is probably dissipated at this point. Good job with the octopus.
Cool.
The amount of familiars you have sacrificed almost immediately is astounding.
They've served a purpose.
Yep. Yeah, most people are normally friends with their familiars.
I think I'm emotionally closest to the owl, but that's not saying a whole lot.
Okay. Yeah, what do you guys do?
I defer to Carrick. What does he want to? What does he think? Like,
You know what I'm
let's do some quick
because
risk analysis here.
Because
Yeah.
that scouting was so good, I'm actually going to reveal the okay, hold on. Just got to turn off dynamic lighting. Just know that you can't go through walls. How do I hold the phone? Can you see now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you like my scribbles?
I love them.
Water.
All the scribbles is water.
Yeah, all the scribbles
And
are
all
water.
the little islands.
Yep, and those are the islands. Can you see the guy?
No.
Okay, good, because you shouldn't. But yeah, you know that there's at least one guy out there, and that back in the bottom corner or top bottom, very top of the map, under the water was this giant creature. And all of that water is, varying between like 10 feet deep to 15 feet deep. Maybe there's places like right on the edge where it's 5 feet deep, but it is like, they're like carved out tunnels of water. These are not things that you can just run through between the islands. Okay.
Well, I mean, I think that we could probably make it. We could definitely all but one of us make it. Someone might, have to die by gator on the way.
Yeah. So the general rule is you can hold your breath 1 minute plus your Constitution modifier.
I think I'm good to go around. I'm not trusting my swimming, especially after being inside a gator previously.
Yeah. Well, we could try to go around. I think I get the feeling. Is it fair to say that I get the feeling we might be able to reach the same cavern going the other way? Or
Yeah, it's everything leads to this cavern. You just now have you have 2 known entrances that you can get here.
I see. Yeah. So then maybe
through the front and around the side.
Maybe we go check out through the front way.
I'm just not really sure how well I can swim in plate armor, so
The rules are broken, and you can all move half of your movement speed through the water.
yes, that
And
makes
you would
sense.
note that this gator is the same size, or this croc is the same size as the ones that exploded in here. It is a small gator or croc. It is not one of the giant crocodiles again. I was giving you all the information, but
I'm gonna throw my cured shark fin in here to hopefully just kind of distract them, give them a scent, maybe distract them as we come around.
let's see. Just at the top of that pool.
Yeah, maybe like some cave fisher meat too, because I know that's got the alcohol. Maybe
Okay.
a little.
You throw that in there, and it's just meat floating on the top of the water.
Yep.
So, yeah. So, do whatever you guys want to do. You can split up. You can all go through. You can all go anyway.
I would like to go around.
You'd like to go around? Okay.
Yeah.
Then, so all of you guys start going around, or I don't know, is everyone going around?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and probably if you guys move any further than where Christopher is, the water is definitely getting about knee to hip high here. So movement is halved. And go ahead and, just because you're the only one that it would matter for, Christopher, make a perception check. Yeah, you hear the muttering in Abyssal, which for the most part, it sounds like a prayer to whatever they pray to. You can't quite figure out who it is. It's kind of a generic thing. But you are also hear it say like, intruders have come, stay hidden until I call. And that is kind of what you hear kind of echoing through this area. You can't pick up everything because the water is kind of flowing, so it's a little loud. But yeah, so from here, if you guys want to approach quietly, you can start approaching quietly, or but wading through this, because you are wading through water, everyone will do their check with disadvantage.
I get like triple disadvantage.
No, just disadvantage. So everyone, if you wanted to try sneaking up, it is with disadvantage.
Maybe the blind ogre should go first.
And you can try and convince him to.
I mean, I'm not opposed. I don't know how the others are feeling.
I've kind of I feel bad for Gorge after I shot him and stabbed him and then pretty much used him. So I would protest.
Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and if you're moving forward stealthily, or if you're rushing in, you can all move 30 feet and ignore the stealth check. but you'll be able to rush in instead.
Did Christopher relay the fact that basically they
We're
already know
gonna
we're
get
here?
jumped.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna reset the explorable darkness now. I just wanted to show you what the area looks like, but now this is how much you guys can actually see.
Yeah.
So
Since I've got my boots, I get a normal roll on stealth then?
no, this is no matter what, because
Well,
you're
my quiet
sloshing
boots
through water.
underwater aren't going to help me.
No, you are sloshing through water. That is why everything's at disadvantage. Okay,
That could have gone
this
worse.
is a group check, so
You said with disadvantage, right?
yeah, everyone has disadvantage on this stealth check. Oh, and Jagoda needs to roll 1.
Where's Jagoda? Jagoda's there.
And your wolf needs to roll 1. What did the wolf get?
14.
That's not bad. Wolf. Jagoda. Ooh. Oh,
Bring it down the
Jagoda.
average.
I don't think you guys would have passed anyways, but Jagoda just trips and falls into the water and like gets up and he like swallowed some, so he's coughing and hacking really loud. So yeah, there is that. But yeah, you guys can all start going in. Okay. Move your guys forward to probably the start of that water is where you can get to. And this is where the water gets to about like thigh, waist deep. So there's that. Yeah, so go ahead and kind of position yourselves. You guys can move another like 30 feet forward as you're, I guess like you guys would have talked about your tactics here. Like you can take a couple minutes just, outside of game of how you actually want to approach this. You had all of the information, so.
I'm just going to try to get to an island. So I guess I'm going to try and get to this right island here.
Okay.
Fel and Christopher are going to have to get closer to whatever this thing is to actually attack it.
I got my musket, so I might start with that.
Okay. That's where I'm
I've
going
got-
to go.
Okay. Yeah, and you guys can't see the back of the cavern where you know that the monster was. So, well, maybe you can once you move out up onto the island. So go ahead and place yourselves. Jagoda is going to follow you because he's a ranged dude as well.
Shoot.
So we'll have 3 people over on that island and 2 over on the left island. Okay. Let's see.
Did Direwolf come in?
Oh, and Direwolf has to doggy paddle. What side do you want him on, Christopher?
Put him over on the right.
Okay, he's standing on the right. Yeah, so you guys are all kind of posted up. You don't see anything right now. But as this happens, who had been standing behind this pillar, guy pops out and looking at Thel, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, I'm pretty sure. 1 second, let me just double check. Yeah, make a wisdom saving throw. That saves, barely saves. You feel this magic wrap up around you and start constricting your muscles to hold you in place. That happens, and as that happens, you hear a yell, and out of the water busts a boop. Immediately, you just first see one head pop out, and then another and another as it puts its claws up onto the island and make its attacks, of which it has 5. The wolf is the closest.
5 attacks, Jesus.
It has 1 attack per head.
Makes sense.
Let's see. So it gets a +8. So 11 doesn't hit. 14, does a 14 hit a dire wolf? 14 hits the dire wolf, and 20 hits the dire wolf, and it gets 2 more attacks. Those are both going to be hits. However, the last one might be against Jagoda. So it takes 1d10 plus 1d4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 10, 11. 12 plus 7 is 19, plus each one of those was 4. 18 plus 4 times 4 is
88.
4 times 4 is 16. So 16 plus 19 is 36. No, 35. So immediately as this thing jumps out and all the heads attack, the wolf is still alive, amazingly. But it just, it's sitting there barely holding on to life, but immediately very hurt. And with that, everyone can roll initiative. Let me clear the old initiative tracker real quick.
I'm noticing I'm not sure why the little health bar above my character is not updating with my hit points.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I don't know why. I'll kind of try and figure it out later.
Yeah, not a big deal.
Okay. 9 plus 1 is 10. And this guy had turn full kinetic has, but it's 2. 18. Oops, I had this. Okay, there's our turn order, ordered by descending. Felix, you are first up. There's this very large hydra in front of you that has those same black pock marks all over it. It seems a little worse for wear because of that. However, it is a formidable foe, and those pockmarks are kind of oozing a little bit, oozing this black ichor, and there you go.
I'm gonna shoot my crossbow at it.
Okay, shoot your crossbow. A 17 hits. It is technically in combat with the dire wolf, or in a threatened range, so you do get sneak attack on it. Ooh, good sneak attack roll. Nope, normal sneak attack roll. Yeah, so this thing pierces one of its necks, and it immediately like that head turns and looks at you where that damage had come from. That's what, 21 points of damage. And it just looks and snarls at you, and you see that same black goo like kind of dripping from its mouth. Seeing and that's kind of something you guys noticed when it was biting the dire wolf. It was not only that, when it bit it, it was, obviously doing dagger-like damage to it, but also like you immediately saw like some festering in the wounds almost immediately. That's Christopher's turn.
I'm gonna rage and then ragefully shoot a musket.
Okay.
Recklessly. Because that's
recklessly shoot your musket.
recklessly and ragefully shooting a musket.
Okay.
Somehow causing extra damage when the bullet hits.
Like
Yeah.
shooting it forward. I'm like,
Yes, you push the bullet
extra.
That physics checks out.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll your
So does
attack.
that just make it a normal?
No, attacks do not count towards your
cool.
Towards that.
All right.
Yeah, so the 17 hits, another 11 damage. This Felix had hit the one on the kind of like the head most on the right. You hit the head most on the left, and now that head's attention is completely on you. But there's another good hit.
So now I spend the next thing reloading. Is that right? Like I can use.
You can use your second attack to reload.
Cool. That.
So yeah, it is reloaded. Okay. Next up is the cult fanatic. After seeing that fail on Uthel, it is he just kind of yells like, "You shouldn't have come here. We were just doing our business in peace." He runs kind of, hold on, I have to do this for him. Yeah, natural 20, jumps and kind of moves. And as he's going by there, though, he brings up this like black flame that goes against Uthel, because you were still the same target. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. But as that flame, like you feel like something come up behind you, and you like kind of step out of the way beforehand and look at him. But however, you can't really see where he went as he jumped and hid somewhere. And then that brings it to the Hydra's turn, who is immediately you see like those bubbles kind of pulse on its back, and it lets loose from each of the 5 heads a breath of this black, like stinking smoke, which goes into a 10-foot radius. So it's going to drop it right. Right. Is that right? 5, 10, 15.
Oh no.
Right on top of you guys, and I need everyone in here to make a Constitution saving throw.
That one's also because I just entered rage. It's the disadvantage.
This is not an
Nuts.
attack. It is
Nuts.
just a save. So yeah.
And then also creature has resistance to damage dealt by that. Oh, it still says attack. Okay.
Yeah. So all of the things in here, your direwolf fails its save and immediately kind of coughs and expires and in a puff of smoke. Poor direwolf tanked 5 hits for you guys. Direwolf took the surprise round from it. Carrick, you immediately start coughing, and you're considered poisoned. Like the status effect poisoned. I'm just going to put it on there so I remember which one looks like poison. This one looks like poison. And you also take 4 points of poison damage. Felix, you are fine. However, this area is pretty obscured, so shooting out of it or doing things like that will probably have disadvantage, considering you might not know where things are. And then Jagoda gets a natural 1, so he is also poisoned and takes 1 point of damage. Poisoned and -1. And with that is Carrick. It is your turn. You are in a black cloud of poison that you can barely see out of. You can see the movement of the Hydra's heads, but not very well. And you are poisoned. So,
okay. So, is this thing's like half in the water, right?
yes.
If I use Sleet Storm over it, which creates essentially a 40-foot radius cylinder where the ground is covered in slick ice, does it freeze the water that the Hydra is in? Can I go this route?
You can make an Arcana check. If this is you choose to, and depending on your Arcana check is how frozen it would be.
Okay, we're gonna try this.
Okay.
It's going to be, so it's a 40-foot radius centered at a point I choose.
Go ahead and draw your 40-foot radius. And I imagine you just want to cover him and...
Yeah, my 40 is big though.
Yeah, so if you put it in that like top right corner, it would cover everything to the Hydra.
Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do.
So here, I'll draw
top right corner.
I'm gonna freehand draw something that's essentially it.
Okay.
And it'll be this color, and it's essentially like all of that is now icy.
Okay. All right, we're gonna try this. And so now I just got to do an Arcana check.
Yeah, do an Arcana check to see how much this freezes this water.
I could use my coin here.
I'm gonna say to make it frozen, to where it would have any effect, you will need to beat a DC 15 will do something, DC 20 at a greater effect.
Okay, and Arcana is let's see, so that'll be +7 for me, I think. Is that right?
Hold on, let me look at the poisoned condition first, real quick. I think you have a disadvantage on this roll. Yeah, you have disadvantage on this roll because you're poisoned.
I'm gonna flip the coin.
Okay.
Do I flip the actual coin, or do you want me to do?
Yes,
like
you flip the actual coin.
I assume the magical hand is heads.
Yes, and the other one is like a ripped.
Yep.
It should be pretty apparent.
Okay. Oh, it like fell on my leg. How do you want me to? I caught it though. How do you want me to handle that? Do you want me to just reflip it over here?
Reflip it.
Okay. And let it land on the table? What do you want me to do?
Catch, flip over.
Okay. Heads.
Heads. Okay. So this is going to succeed at its best ability, where this Hydra normally can dive under the water using different actions that it has. But in this case, it is considered suck, and it's going to have to make a strength saving throw to break out of it before it can move under the water. So nice turn.
So I can't see behind that pillar. Is the cultist in the range?
No, he is not.
Okay. If he moves into the range, he has to make a dexterity saving throw or fall prone.
Yeah, if anyone moves into it, right?
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, so there's that move. Do you want to move anywhere?
Just a little, I'm just gonna move a little over here, just a little further away.
Okay. Just to there, you are still technically inside of that cloud.
Oh, so it's not dissipating? Can I be
No,
like?
it is still lingering in the air.
Okay.
Okay, you can get right on that edge there, but you're like half in the water, half out.
So how easy is it for me to cross this water to where these guys are?
With your movement, you have 30 feet of movement, so that'd be 5, 10, 15, 25. Yeah, you can get right on that edge.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, so moving through the water, each square of water takes 10 feet of movement.
Okay.
Or you can jump and make an athletics check. So
I'm good.
okay. Go ahead and make another Constitution saving throw.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you are still poisoned.
Am I taking damage every time that?
No, it's just
okay.
If you're in the cloud.
Oh, okay.
If you're in the cloud, the damage will continue. But
okay.
Next up, it is you, Thel.
Yes. Yes, Harrison.
Actually, after you attack it and you are and you run away, it is going to use one of its legendary actions to make an attack, because it can attack something within 10 feet of it. I'll say this is with disadvantage because of the cloud. It still hits Jagoda, and Jagoda takes.
I'm gonna reduce that because it's within Spirit Shield.
Spirit Shield. So you use your reaction to reduce it by 1d6.
Yep, 2d6.
So roll your 2d6.
Oh,
no.
sweet mother of.
He's
better
thank you for that.
I'm sorry, Jagoda. You might die.
6 plus 4
cannot die. We can all die
8.
as long as he doesn't.
He is the most important person to live. He takes 8 points of damage.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, and so mechanically for you guys, this thing has something called legendary actions, which are actions it can take after any of your turns. It has a certain number of them it can do before its turn. So just something to know if you're like, why is it getting to do things? Yes, to you, Thel.
You said each 5-foot square is 10 feet in the water.
If you're in the water, or you can make an athletics check to jump.
Oh, okay. Is this square technically on or off the island over here?
It is like half and half. You would be considered on.
Okay.
So yeah, for you to get over there, it would be 20 feet. 20 feet of movement if you wanted to go through the water.
I'm gonna try and jump here.
Okay, make an athletics check. Yeah, no problem. You jump over there using only the regular 5 feet of movement or 10 feet of movement. So you still have 20 feet.
Okay. And then I'm gonna come over here. Oh, hello, friend. Yeah, and I guess I will just slash at this man.
Okay, make your 2 attacks. Okay, this first one drives into it. The guy is quite surprised by you having seen him. He thought he was sneaky enough. And both of those hit, and you see him dropped very, very low. Because what is that? That's 21 damage. And looks immediately bloodied and battered and go like, I'm not built for this. Is that the rest your turn?
I guess I'll do one of these.
1 divine smite. Okay, with that hit, he is almost crumpled to the ground, but still just barely up.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
Okay. Next up is Felix. What did I say on this? 1 second. Okay, yeah, you're good. I should have made you guys make those Constitution saving throw when you started your turn, but it's 6s really. So.
Okay. I'm gonna do something really dumb.
Okay.
Probably.
I like it.
What I'm gonna do is because I saw that he. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he is frozen in place currently. The Hydra,
He is
right?
frozen in place. All of his heads are out, and you would say, just from how you saw it bite Jagoda next to you, his heads have about you would guess, a longer reach than normal.
Okay. What I would like to do is run, jump on its back, stab it, and then make it to the next island.
Okay. You will need to make
And I think I'll have to acrobatics. Okay, cool.
Yeah, acrobatics check onto him. I'll say that's we'll just give him a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage because he's frozen to see if he can avoid you. He gets a 4, so yeah, you're on his back.
I'm gonna have taken out the short sword. I'm gonna stab. Actually, yeah, let's stab it with the short sword.
Okay.
Let's see what happens. 12. Jesus.
12 does not hit. So you come and you just like jab it down, but you're still just a tiny bit off balance as you jumped onto his back, and you just kind of like graze like one of its big spines on its back, which is incredibly hard. Maybe you like chip off part of the spine, but it's not good. But then you want to keep going.
No, I'm gonna stay here.
You're gonna stay on his back?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh man, that might change what he does. Christopher, it is your turn. You have your loaded musket.
I don't trust myself enough with this now. Can I? Yeah, all right. I'm gonna do what I do and jump over to.
You probably need to make 2 jumps.
Oh, I'm good with
because
that.
there's that rock in the way. Yeah.
Okay. Jumping over here.
Okay, since you have your boots, I'm not going to make you make athletic checks to do it. However, when you land on that last one, you are inside of the icy terrain. So make a
The dexterity saving throw.
make a dexterity saving throw DC 16. Because this is good ice.
This is disadvantage too?
No, only ability checks are
Oh,
disadvantage.
All right.
Oh, good job.
Well done.
Good job. You needed a 14 or higher. Oof. And yeah, you are now standing next to this thing.
All right, let's do thunder blast with a thunder blast.
Okay, this is your
If we
last
get it.
thunder blast, isn't it?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I'm on this thing's back, by the way.
Yeah.
Reckless, by the way,
Yeah. Okay.
until further notice. Reckless.
Yep, that is a hit. Go ahead and roll your thunder blast damage. Okay, so you just did 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 points of damage. It's stuck in this ice. It's not going to move anywhere.
All right.
And then make your second attack. Yep, another 24. So that's another 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 plus 8 is
23.
23. Ooh, 23 damage. So yes, you come and lay into this side. Make two constitution saving throws. Okay. Okay, you are just fine. Nothing happens. But as you're hitting this, you see those pustules like squirt out this black liquid that kind of hits you, and you like wipe it off as you do the next attack. Okay. Next up is this very sad cult fanatic who what is he gonna do? He's gonna make his last ditch effort and hold his hand next to you again, Fel, and you need to make a wisdom saving throw. Nope. You pass, and once again you feel your muscles start to constrict, but you see like a little glimmer in that that pendant that you took from the guy from the old bishop of this church, and it wanes off of you, and there's now just a cult fanatic looking very scared in front of you. And now it is the Hydra's turn. First, we roll a d6. Okay, it's poison breath recharged, but it's not going to do that. Okay. It is going to take an attack on Felix on its back as one of its heads like turns around and bites at you. When attack that has disadvantage because of Spirit Guardians. That's still an 11 plus 8.
How many times?
11 plus 8.
What?
How many
You
times?
said 11.
Sorry,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, 19. What's your?
Oh, yeah, 16. So
Yeah.
go ahead.
And how often can I do Spirit Shield?
Spirit Shield uses your reaction, so it's once after your turn you can use it again.
Oh, can I do that again? Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it right now.
All right.
Okay, so roll your 2d6 to subtract this damage. 4, 10, 14. 14 minus 6 is 8 points of damage to Felix. That is head number 1. It's going to make one attack on you, Christopher, as it sees these like spirits coming up from you, and you would hit it with advantage because of that. That is a 19 plus whatever, so it does another 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 plus 4 is 11 damage. 3 of that is not reduced by half, so you take 7 points of damage as the second head. And then with its last 3 remaining heads, they are going to immediately try to burrow into the ice to break it enough to where it can move. So it's going to make an athletics check. It's 16 or 13 plus 4 is 17. Is that higher than your DC?
Well, so my spell save DC is
16.
16.
Okay,
Is
so I'm
that
saying
including the grimoire thing?
yes, that is.
That is okay. Then yeah.
Yeah, we fixed that last. So it cracks the ice to where it could probably using another athletics check, it may be able to escape if it tries to move. So and that brings it to, oh, we forgot about Jagoda. That brings it to Jagoda's turn, who is following suit, is going to run and jump over with you, Felix, over here. And he has to roll a quick athletics check. He gets a natural 1. He falls into the water and is now sitting in the water and is going to try to shoot with disadvantage at the Hydra as he's sitting in the water. 8 plus, I think his attack is plus 8. 8 plus 6 is 14, so it just barely misses as it like weaves through the heads. Let's add Jagoda. Thought I added him before. And okay, now it is Carrick's turn.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna step up to about here, and I'm going to lightning bolt the Hydra.
Okay.
So that is a dexterity saving throw.
Yes, and I will say, since it is stuck in the water, it is going to have or stuck in the ice, it has disadvantage.
Okay.
That's 13 plus 1, 14. So fails. That was a 13 and a natural 20. Dang dang.
Oh, man.
Okay, so it takes the full brunt of this lightning bolt that flies through it.
8d6.
Jesus.
Remember when we first learned this and you used it on just some like poor civvy in the streets? My God. Just thinking about that.
Some guy that was beating up a farmer and you shot a lightning bolt through his chest.
I still think it was perfectly reasonable.
This thing immediately roils from this attack, and you see one of the heads droop down and fall to the ground, like almost like charred. It like splits in half, and one of the heads falls to the ground.
That's right, frat boy.
What?
Taunt it. It doesn't even know what a frat boy is, but
yeah. So as of right now, it only has 4 heads instead of 5.
That frat boy took that lightning bolt better than you, stupid dragon.
Okay, and that is your turn, Fel.
Goodbye, cultist.
Destroy this man.
Finish him.
Yep, he's dead. You impaled the sword just as he like kind of like put his hand to hold you against it. He like almost like tense up for a second, and that flash happens, and as that flash ends, your sword's up through his rib cage and you kick him off, and he is very dead.
All right, then I come over here. Do I see enough of that to hit it?
It's pretty. Make a perception check. Not high, but yeah, it's just kind of like right on the edge. Yeah, you can try and hit it, but you super have disadvantage. Actually, on a natural one, you can't see him.
Yeah, I can't see him. All right, so am I able to jump this? That
Yeah.
close enough? Yeah, let's jump over there.
Okay, jump over there. Yep, you make it over. You're like right on the edge of this ice. I think technically if it's touching that square, it should be, yeah, you have to make a dexterity saving throw as well. You slip and fall on your ass. You are prone. So, and you've already used how many feet of movement? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, that's your full movement. So you're just laying on the ground.
Okay. Get him, guys.
You do a cool murder and then you slip and fall on your ass.
I clear the water and then I slip.
Okay, Felix, you are standing on the back of this Hydra. Oh, actually, after its turn, since you are standing on its back, it is going to use one of its legendary actions to attack you, Felix. A 16 plus 8 is definitely going to hit. You take 4, 5, 6, 10 points of damage. And now it is your turn.
I'm gonna uncanny dodge that attack.
Okay, yeah, so take it down to 5.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna use my steady aim to give myself advantage on this roll, and I'm going to again stab at it with this short sword.
Yep, that hits and it's threatened. So roll sneak attack. So 21 points of damage. You drive in to that neck that kind of flopped over when that lightning bolt hit through it. You drive into the one next to it and like take off a big piece of meat, and you see it's like kind of dangling there as you do this large attack to it, and it screams and lets out that. Let's see. What else? Anything else you want to do?
I can't do anything else because I can't move anymore because I used advantage.
Oh, you use that to get advantage.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, technically you can move. Oh no, it takes your whole movement.
Well, because I use that as a bonus action, and then if I use it, my speed is 0 until the end of this turn.
Gotcha. Okay, that brings it to Christopher's turn.
Is a cloud thing just one time, or is that whenever I'm in?
That stinking cloud thing? It's what the sleet storm. It is.
Oh, the sleet. I think the sleet is if you start your turn there too. Actually,
great.
A creature enters the area for the first time. If a creature starts its turn in the spell's area and is concentrating on a score, no, you're fine.
Oh,
it's
cool.
Only if it enters, or if you start your turn, it's for concentration checks.
Cool.
it says. I mean, I don't.
Enters it for the first time on a turn. Or, oh, nope, you're right. Starts a turn there. Yeah, you have to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen, but I also want to be fair.
Yeah.
So get out of there next time.
Yeah. You technically have +3 to this as well because you're in Fel's aura.
So this is Constitution?
Dexterity.
Dexterity, yeah. Oh.
Nope, you fall on your butt and you
slides
can
into
up,
me.
but
I'll just like slides right into me. Yeah.
But you can stand up. It uses half of your movement. You only have 20 feet of movement left, but you are standing and can attack.
Oh, great. I'm mad, even more
Even
enraged,
more mad.
taking out all my frustration at Thel, knocking me out
Yep.
from behind on this guy.
Okay.
Um,
Yep, just roll your 2 attacks.
Ugh.
That is a miss. Oh, and the second one is a definite hit, and making up for that first hit, you miss because you're still slipping on the ice, and then you come right back down on its back. Make a Constitution saving throw, and also Felix, you make a Constitution saving throw as well. You are good, Christopher. You are not good, Felix. You take 4 points of poison damage as that black ichor splashed on you. Cold Fanatic, you are dead. After Christopher's turn, though, unless is there any movement you want to do, Christopher?
is this out? I don't think it's touching me.
Yeah, that would be out.
But is it?
I mean, if
But
you
you will
if you
take an attack of
re-enter-
opportunity from it.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm
and if
good.
you re-enter it later to attack it, you have to go through the whole thing again.
Yeah, standing
Oh,
in
yeah.
it and entering it's the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just stand here.
But as you end your turn, it kind of roars after taking these few hits, and it is going to try to dive under the water. First, it's going to try to break through the ice, which with a 19, I will say that breaks through that rest of the ice after it uses its attacks to weaken it, and it dives down under the water. Are you going to hang on to it, Felix?
I absolutely am.
Okay. It dives down under the water. Felix will know where this thing is, but as long as it's underwater, none of the rest of you guys will, unless you look for it. As it, or Felix will know that it's on its back, I should say. But I'm going to move Felix's token. I guess I just won't. Never mind.
So now that the thing's gone, I think I would just stop concentrating on keeping this spell going.
Yeah, you can do that at the start of your turn.
The start? Okay.
Yeah. You can drop the spell at that point. Okay. It dives under the water. You guys don't quite know where it goes. Yeah. And now it is its turn. So you didn't know where it was. You now very much know where it is. And Felix will just put you back over on top of him. So we can do this and say, bring you to front. I think there's a way to bring you to front. Still holding on to him. Make a athletics check to see if you hung on to him as he swam incredibly fast through this water. Yep, you are able to hang on and are still on his back. Annoyed by this thing on its back, but more afraid of the thing that was just hitting it. It releases another one of its noxious breaths at the same time that as the other one dissipates and closes on top of you guys. So you guys are now obscured and in this breath area, and that will be its turn. Jagoda is in the water and kind of swims up this way and moves to the right and takes his one shot with disadvantage at it. That's going to hit, so it does 1d10. I'll just do it on here faster. Does 12 points of damage as as it hits. And as it hits it, it cleaves off the last little bit of that head that was limping around. And as that happens, 2 heads immediately burst out of it. So this Hydra now has 6 heads, and it regains some health.
Out of the one that was just chopped, but not the one before?
It was supposed to regrow that head on its turn, and I forgot.
Oh, okay.
So I was just saying this was like the last little straw that did it. And now it has 6 heads. As Jagoda goes, "Oh shit." And then he peels his last little bit of movement to be back behind this. And then, Carrick, that is your turn. While you think of that, I forgot Charger. Okay, sorry about that. What are you doing, Carrick?
Can I tell? So it grew back 2 heads where the 1 head was. Has it regained health, or it just has more heads?
I don't think there's any way you would know that it regained health.
So it, as far as I know, it just has 2 more heads. I have no idea.
Yeah, it just has 2 more heads. Trying to think if there's anything else. If you want to, you can make a. What is this? Is this a beast, or make a nature or arcana check? See if you like, after fighting this and kind of seeing what it is, see if anything in your mind is jogged about what you're fighting. Yeah, so with a 21, You remember reading a in your hermetic lifestyle, like reading like an old fiction book about these beasts called hydras that here a hero fought as he tried to prove himself to become one of the back with the gods in his one of his 10 trials, and he fought this creature that would regain heads as they were chopped off. But the one thing that you do remember from that is that fire potentially helped this not happen.
Okay. Well, guess I am gonna firebolt. Can I? Does it like take an action to just stop concentrating on the sleet storm spell, or can I just?
Nope, you can just. That's a free action. You can just stop. So
all right,
sleep storm's gone.
Sleet storm gone, and then I'm gonna firebolt.
Okay. How do you always do so much damage with your firebolt?
I love it.
It's a fucking cantrip that like has
it's the
consistently
best
done
cantrip.
like 15 damage for you. This fire immediately hits it, and you see that head that Felix had driven a big hole into. You get almost immediately cauterized. So the head is still there and still moving, but the like kind of wiggling flesh that kind of was underneath it is immediately cauterized and no longer moving. So it takes fucking 18 points of damage. Jeez Maurice. Is that the end of your turn? Oh, you can make a Constitution saving throw for the poison. Oh, speaking of, you should have rolled that attack with disadvantage.
Uh-oh, okay.
So we'll keep the damage that you dealt, but just roll again.
Okay.
Yeah. Dang it. But yeah, so you everything happens again. Make your Constitution saving throw. Yeah, your poison is lifted. Okay. With that, Belle, it is your turn. You need to make a Constitution saving throw. You are poisoned and you take 3 points of damage.
And then what do I need to roll to stand up?
If you stand up, it uses half of your movement. So you only have 15 feet of movement left.
All right, and then I will let's power of Thor lightning javelin.
You used your javelin in the last fight.
Oh, did I? That was
Yeah.
forever ago. Oh yeah, that was the line of people. Okay.
Yes.
I guess I'll shoot my crossbow then.
Okay. Shoot the crossbow with disadvantage.
Oh. Let me roll it again. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, too bad you don't get the critical hit. But 16 still hits, and this kind of hits the side, and little spray comes out of it, but not a big hit, but did some damage.
And I'll shoot at it again.
Okay. Oh no. What we've said is you have to to use your bonus action, make a dexterity check to reload fast enough. That's how we've done for you to shoot twice. Not that it really matters. Yeah, you were able to reload it, but you still missed. Yeah, do you want to use any movement? You're still technically in this cloud, so.
Yeah, I guess I'll jump over here.
Okay. Make an
Athletics with
the only way you can make it
disadvantage
there
or
is an
normal?
athletics check. No, with disadvantage. Yep, you make it just fine. Okay. That is Felix's turn.
Okay.
Yeehaw, cowboy.
I am going to attack it again.
That does not hit
Oh,
you. Hit
Jesus
another
Christ.
spine off of it. And what you would know right now, like even so, you would not get your sneak attack damage as you're sitting here with it. But yeah, you do not hit it.
Okay. That's it.
Just keep riding.
Yeah, just keep on riding for now.
Yep. Okay. As after your turn, all of you guys feel the stones in here kind of quiver and shake, and then you hear, like, coming from the hallway and echoing all around here, the reverberations of this wild scream that seems like all the voices in the world all at once. And I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw. You all make it and are able to shake off whatever this this thing was. Even Jagoda, like, just barely makes it, but you're able to stop whatever was piercing into your head from these sounds and continue on your way. But that is Christopher's turn. Make a Constitution saving throw. You're fine.
Jumping out, land in here,
Yep.
swinging.
You got the boots. You're good.
Can I swing?
You would have to step into the water to swing.
Okay. How about like right here-ish?
You'll be like halfway in, halfway out. So I'll give you make an athletics check.
Go for his kneecaps.
Is this disadvantage?
Yes. Yeah, with an 11, you can attack from here. It will still be at disadvantage as if you were swimming.
All right. So normal if I'm doing it.
Right. If you're doing it reckless, it's just straight.
Okay.
Hit. Okay, how much is that total? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 plus 12 is 30 points of damage. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so you step in, make 2 Constitution saving throws since you hit it up front. Fail the first one and take 2 points of poison damage. And as you do that, after your turn, it is going to dive down and swim again, immediately popping up over here. What you did notice, though, is with that amount of damage, you hit off that other head that had been slightly cauterized, and now there's just a stump that's completely melted over. And because of that fire damage, it does not regain that head. But it does jump up, and it only has 5 heads now again, because you bludgeoned off a head, but it is going to take 3 attacks at Carrick and 2 attacks at Felix.
3.
But I think it has disadvantage because of your Spirit Guardians.
Is it? It might just be the.
Will you just click the ability just so I can double check?
Yeah. Where are we?
I thought it was the last person that you hit while raged, but
Let's see. What is it?
while you're raging, the first creature you hit with an attack on your turn becomes the target of the warriors, which hinders its attacks. Until the start of your next turn, that target has disadvantage on any attack roll that isn't you. And when the target creature hits, so it's the first person you attack on your turn. So
Is it just until is it just when I enter the rage though? Is that what until the start of your next turn part?
no, because it says while you're raging. So anytime that you are raging. So,
Oh, nice.
So this was a good
Nice.
idea, but not as good anymore. Okay, so the first.
I'm gonna use
3
shield
attacks-
as a reaction.
Okay, so that makes your AC what?
+5. So now it'll be
It's like 21 now.
22.
Nope. 1 hits. 2 of them hit. So you take this plus this, and does the Spirit Guardians also reduces? the
Yeah, I'm
attack
gonna
damage?
react this on. Is it just one attack or is it here, I'll do that
It
again.
would just be one of the attacks.
Yeah. Spirit Shield, there we go.
Yep. So reduce this one by 2d6. You take 5 points of damage. No, 5 plus 4 is 9.
9.
Minus 8 is 1 point of damage.
Nice.
And now the second one does 6, 10, 14 points of damage. And now the 2 attacks against Felix are a miss and does a 16 hit you, Felix?
Yeah.
Okay, so you take 3, 9. 9 plus 4 is 13 points of damage.
You said 13.
Yep.
Okay.
That makes it Jagoda's turn, who is still poisoned, is going to look at the Hydra and shoot off 2 shots at it. That's a miss, and that's a miss. Both of his shots go wide, but now he's going to try and save from his poison, and he does. So he's no longer has disadvantage. But using one of its legendary actions, the Hydra is very tired of this thing on its back, is going to take another attack on you, Felix. Does a 16 hit you?
Yep.
Yep. So another 14 points of damage to you.
Okay. Yikes.
Which you got to be close to down.
I'm close to down. Yeah.
And now it is your turn, Carrick.
Firebolt.
Okay. Hit it with a firebolt.
And I don't have to do disadvantage anymore, right?
No, but technically, since you are only 5 feet away from it, it has disadvantage.
Oh, can I take a step back and do it?
You will take an attack of opportunity.
Sure.
Okay. Needs to be 22.
You still have shield. Yeah, I was gonna say a shield like the rest of
Yeah,
combat.
shield lasts until my next turn.
Next turn. Okay.
That is exactly 22.
Oh, bastard.
So you take another 3, 6 plus 4, 10 points of damage.
That was maybe worth it. This better fucking hit. Okay, firebolt.
just hits. So this thing bites you, and you're just like able to like hit it across the face because it like interrupts your spell and just kind of slaps it on the face. But that fire definitely messes it up.
It only does 4 points of damage, but there was fire there.
Yep. Which I think that's funny. You did very simply nothing, but the rule says, unless it has taken fire damage since its last turn, it can't regrow them.
Oh, look at that. I'll take it.
Okay, Fel, it is your turn.
All right.
That Spirit Guardians is a very good ability.
I am gonna cast my Hunter's Mark on it. That's my bonus. Almost out of spells, which has never happened before. And then am I close enough here to just hit it?
Yep. You do have disadvantage on the attacks, though.
Okie dokie.
That does not hit. That does not hit. This might be a first. This might be a first where Fel does not hit something on his turn.
Swinging with disadvantage is not the best.
Yep.
And what do I have to roll for the poison?
Yeah, roll a Constitution saving throw to get rid of the poison. Yep, you are no longer poisoned. Okay. What is this guy gonna do? I think he's just gonna use one more attack to get the thing on its back. It got a natural 1 because of disadvantage.
Oh, thank
It
you.
bites its own back.
I was gonna say, does one head bite the other head?
Yeah, it bites its own head, and the poison seeps into it, but it's immune to poison, so it doesn't do any damage to it. But woo! Felix, your turn.
After taking multiple attacks on its back, I think Felix has decided it's time to get off. But what I'm gonna do is I'm going to load up one of my elementals, bolts, into my crossbow, a fire elemental. I would like to take out of my pack one of these clay flasks of oil.
Okay.
And as I jump off its back to the island, I want to shoot the flask of oil with the flaming arrow at the thing.
Okay. Are you shooting into the Hydra or into the flask?
Into the flask so that it can disperse.
Lollipop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let's see how that works. Please, God, let something cool happen for me.
Yes. And it is in things you get your sneak attack bonus.
So we'll sneak attack. So that's 16.
16. So 20 points of damage. I will say that this ignites the flame ignites the oil, and the Hydra takes
take an additional 5.
Yeah, takes an additional 5 and is considered to be on fire now. So at the start of its turn, it will take another 5 points of fire damage.
Okay, so that's what, 25 total. I'm gonna jump off.
25 total does kill one of the other heads. Yeah, you're jumped off. We'll say that you, just for sake of this, we'll say you used your bonus action to do it, because technically if you weren't 10 feet away, you would have had disadvantage on that attack.
Yeah.
And you did
that's
something
fine.
cool, so it's all good. It takes 25, and it is down to only 4 heads.
So I want to know how much movement I would have if I jumped off to about here. Because
jumped off to about there. You have another your movement's 40 because you attacked. So 10. So you have 30 feet of movement.
Okay, then I want to try and do my best to get out of its way because I am down to 3 hit points.
Yeah. With its last legendary action, it is going to take an attack on Carrick.
Hey.
Who it still hasn't
Shield.
been your.
Oh, it hasn't been my turn yet. I still have shield.
Yeah.
Did I use my reaction yet for this to
Yeah,
reduce?
it still hasn't gotten back to your turn. So
Okay.
but it got a 21, so doesn't hit. That elven chain was a pretty good item for you.
It really was. That was like my biggest weak thing, is I can't be anywhere near anything or I just die.
Yeah. As long as you have first level spells to cast shield.
Yep.
Okay. Next is Christopher. Your turn. You have a flaming hydra in front of you.
Running up. Can I reach it? Or maybe here?
Yeah, if you're there, it's going to be the same thing. You're having to make an athletics check to see if you get over the disadvantage.
Well, our melee hits are going to have disadvantage anyway.
They are?
Okay, if we're within 10 feet of it, right?
No. It's ranged attacks. Ranged attacks have disadvantage if you're too close.
Oh, I gotcha. Or if you're poisoned.
Yeah, or if you're poisoned. So that is why yours.
Gotcha.
Like that. Yeah, you are gonna have disadvantage because you're like half wading in the water trying to hit it.
All right, so just regular, right? Cancel it out with reckless, right?
Yep. Those regular hits. That's a hit. And that's a hit. So close. So close to dealing. No, that's 26 damage. 26 damage to this thing, busts off, another head goes limp, and it is down to 3 heads. Yeah. After that, well, shit. What's it gonna do? It's got its 3 heads and it's just going to attack a character. That's nope, I lied. Because I actually wrote this down what it's going to do. This thing is going to disengage, dive underneath the water. And I'll let the 3 people that watch it dive make a perception check.
Get attack of opportunity being close to it?
No, it took the disengage action.
It has an ability. Okay.
Yeah, it is doing this so you can't attack it. But it can't do anything else but so right now, Carrick, you see bubbles rising at the north end of this cave. And that is Jagoda's turn. I'd imagine you yelled that out.
Yeah, bubbles.
Jagoda's going to swing around and he has 2 arrow shots. He's going to shoot 2 things, but it doesn't matter. The arrows can't go deep enough into the water to do anything. There's that. That is now your turn, Carrick. Jagoda is going to move up here, though, looking.
Okay. So I don't see it. I just saw bubbles where I expect it to be.
Yeah.
Can I?
Oh, it did take 5 more points of damage because it was on fire before it dove.
Okay.
Not that that matters.
Can I just ready an action and as soon as I see it emerge from the water, do a firebolt?
Yeah. Yep. You do that.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, that's your turn, Phil.
You said, did I see the bubbles or only Carrick did?
You guys know that it's somewhere
yelled
in
it
the
out.
north part of this cave.
I go to the north. I get. I don't.
You can get to the edge of the water.
I just roar. I don't know what else to do. I can't see it. Can't hit it.
Yep. Yeah.
I would like to see if I intimidate it though.
Go ahead and roll an intimidation.
I probably don't.
They can't hear you. Felix, it is now your turn.
I'm gonna ready a crossbow action, waiting to see it appear up north.
Okay. Christopher?
I must get out.
Prepare. Okay. Hydra's turn. Okay. So we'll say it goes this entire round, and everyone make another perception check. Yeah, Felix, you notice there aren't any more bubbles coming out from anywhere.
Cool.
So we'll go back to the top of the initiative order and say, Felix, what do you do? It's been about, we'll say it's been about like 10, 20 seconds, and you have ceased to see bubbles.
Does anyone have a healing potion they can give me?
I have several. I can toss you one.
Because I have none.
Yeah, we'll say that like in that time, like that last round, like you're watching, and Carrick moves up and gives you a healing potion.
Sweet. And what is that? 1d4 plus 4?
Yeah.
Not great, but
Do you need more? I have several.
We'll say that he's only been able to have this one at this point.
That's fine.
There's other healing. You could get laid on hands, but yeah, you guys still don't see anything. So, Christopher, is there anything you want to do? We'll just keep going down through initiative order.
Picking up my haunting bagpipes, just playing it.
just for fun.
It's gonna know. It's gonna hear me. It'll know what's up.
Okay. Jagoda looks at all, be like, where is it? Are we just gonna wait here? And he like gingerly wades into the water and like
Fucking
dives down.
Jagoda, can I grab him? Like, no, stay.
Yes, you can grab him and make an athletics check against his.
No, sorry, disadvantage.
Yeah. You guys tied, so I think tie goes to. Well, I'm going to say tie goes to the runner here, and he jumps into the water to look.
Motherfucker.
Carrick, that's your turn.
Okay. If I do anything, my readied action goes away, right?
Your ready action is already gone.
Is already gone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, because that only lasts the one turn probably. Well, I guess I'm going to. I guess I'm gonna start casting another octopus. I don't know.
Okay. So you are starting the 10 minutes to get another octopus out.
Yep.
The incense is burning. Fell, you're up.
Heal me, bro.
This is consensual touching. How much touching do you want?
What's that? How much?
How much touching do you require?
As much as you can give me, because I am very badly hurt.
Is this 35 more or less than taking you to max?
I give me like 20. 20 is more than enough.
Okay. 20 it is. You are touched for 20.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Felix, that's your turn.
I'm gonna dive in the water.
Okay. You dive in the water using the amount of, you see Jagoda up ahead of you, and you see a large cave at the back of the cavern. It looks pretty big, but not big enough for the Hydra to have moved quickly through. But like
I'm going through the cave. I'm going to the cave.
Yep. So you go. Do you get up and tell anybody?
Yes, I'm sending message to Christopher about.
Okay.
Did you get that, Christopher?
I got it as Jagoda's in trouble. Let's all jump into the water.
And yes, and you see Jagoda sees you and thinks like, okay, they probably know, and starts.
Can I run and just jump? I'm gonna boots my way in front of Jagoda.
Jagoda's already moved out into the tunnel. So you guys, right now it is going Jagoda. Probably Christopher is able to jump like and land right even with Felix. Fell is just going in there full like diver, just do. And
yeah, I'm just running along the bottom.
And what are you doing, Felix? Or not Felix, Carrick?
Well, I was working on getting an octopus, but seeing everybody dive into the water and knowing it'll take me 10 minutes, I just dive into the water after them.
Okay, so you guys are all chasing this thing. And what did I say? So who has the lowest constitution score?
Mine is 2 for the modifier, or 2 for the, yeah.
Yeah, probably Carrick. I have 13.
Yeah. What,
Your
3 or
modifier is
16?
13? 'Cause my
No, my score.
Yeah.
score is 14.
Okay, then you're better than me so far.
Yeah,
maybe.
so Felix can hold his breath for 2 minutes, and that is about how long you got in here. So you guys start chasing, and you see as you're chasing through this, I need as this like the water gets gross and this black goo is coming out of it, which you notice is kind of like the blood and the pustules of the monster. And as you're going, so this first leg of the chase, I need you all to make Constitution saving throws.
Oy.
Holy moly, guys.
I open my mouth.
Don't open your mouth, guys. The 3 people that failed take 4 points of poison damage, and you take an extra 1, Christopher. As you're chasing and you go through this giant cloud of this like ooze, and you even see like it's sticking to the walls, and like so like as you're trying to like push yourself away, you like put your hand in this goop that just like immediately burns it and hurts and doesn't feel good. However, you do see up ahead that you are like you can see like disturbances in the water, so you are catching up. And you guys chase it for about 30 seconds, and it's probably about 60 feet away from you. One of its heads like bends down. You can see it's like it's struggling to pull through this. It's got 3 limp heads that are just catching on things, but its other 3 are looking back at you, or one's looking forward and the other 2 are looking back at you. Let's see real quick. Okay, I'm going to need everyone to make another Constitution saving throw. Okay, only Carrick over here doing really well. Everyone again takes another 4 points of poison damage as another cloud of this sludge is coating the walls, and it's even like grosser as you get through here, because you can see like the hydra is getting gashes on it from rocks that aren't totally excavated as it's trying to get out. You guys are now 30 feet from it. You've been swimming for about 45 seconds underwater.
So once somebody runs out of time, do they start dying? Are they just dead immediately? Like what happens?
They make Constitution saving throws until they fail, in which case they are unconscious, and then in 3 rounds they die.
Cool.
So you guys are probably right
If
now.
only someone had asked these questions before we dove headlong into water.
Felix is probably right on the cusp of the point of no return.
Yeah.
To the other side of it.
Do I see any like pockets of air up ahead that we might take advantage of? Are we just in an underground cave and we're sorry, go ahead.
Make a perception check, see. You see one from this, and because you see this one little pocket, it's a pocket that might give you a tiny bit of air, but the fact that there is a pocket, you can put together that you're probably on the incline now, because you were pretty deep underneath. There's no way that there would be a pocket there. So you're probably on the incline, is what you would probably think by seeing that little pocket of air.
Okay. And
I don't know how you're going to say this to people, but
I just like I tap the Felix on the shoulder and I just point forward. I just say, we're going forward.
we got to go forward. We don't know if we're halfway there. We don't know, but you're kind of in flux situation right now. Okay.
Gotta go. Go.
Felix can actually swim faster than everyone too,
Oh, good. You should just
because
go.
of his rogue abilities. But for the sake of this, I was saying you guys were all kind of almost like single file staying together. So you can keep that in mind too, that if you wanted to send him forward, you could. Who's next? Or anything else? You're, like I said, you're about 30 feet away from this thing and you are gaining on it. Probably in the next 2 rounds, you would probably be right behind it.
Can I even cast spells that have a verbal component underwater?
It would use, I would say to do it, it will use a minute of your air.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'll say 30 seconds of your air.
Still not good. So that is all of my spells. Cool.
What about the other 2 of you? Anything anyone else wants to do?
We just charge forth into the gates of watery hell. Kind
Okay.
of.
Make another Constitution saving throw, everybody. As you're
Christopher
right
was gonna maybe do something.
Blood is just going straight into your.
Nothing useful.
No.
Nothing useful. Okay.
Only one person takes damage this time. You take 3 damage, Felix. And you guys are now 15 feet behind it. Jagoda tries at this time to shoot an arrow at it. It has disadvantage.
Okay, I was pondering the physics of shooting a crossbow underwater. If that would even work.
There's actual rules for this, but I'm just saying what Jagoda would do here. Oh, it can go the full normal range, but anything past the normal range misses.
Makes sense.
Can shoot 30 feet. But Jagoda takes his shot. Disadvantage. And it just barely, you see it like gets to the thing and just barely like dinks into it, as it just is just slightly off. He'll swear it's too much work to get another bolt out or arrow out, so he's not going to get his second attack, but the rest of you guys can do what you will.
I mean, I'll shoot it with the crossbow, see what happens. I get disadvantage, right?
Disadvantage.
What's the worst that can happen? 13.
It does exactly the same thing that happened with Jagoda's. Okay. You could also possibly dash, or I guess you guys have been dashing it. You can either, the 2 people that took a shot fall a little bit behind for taking that time, so you're probably about like 20, 25 feet. Anyone else, or are you just chasing it?
I mean, I don't think I can do shit. So
you are in the worst situation.
So I'm just chasing it And I'm keeping an eye open for like any air, anything that I could bring us to get a breath of air. I'm looking for it. That's where my eyes are.
Okay, yeah, then make another perception check. Yeah, it's the water's a little too murky right now because of the blood and that. You can't quite see anything. You might have to like go up and start feeling like around the ceiling that you could feel air pockets. Okay, if no one else is doing anything,
I'm gonna try something as a potential like saving thing later. I'm gonna tie a rope to a crossbow bolt. I'm gonna try and crossbow bolt the Hydra, so there's a rope trailing along behind it that any of us could grab onto if we needed to.
Okay, make an attack roll with disadvantage. Nope. The rope is too heavy and it just the bolt can't travel far enough to hold on to it. Okay. You guys continue forward. The only person that didn't really take an action is Christopher. Christopher, you are up on it back pretty much as everyone else is probably another like 5-10 seconds behind you.
I'm just gonna grab on,
Gonna grab on.
maybe punch it in the nose or something.
Okay, you punch it in the nose. Roll an attack roll with disadvantage.
Such a strength.
Yeah, just a strength-based attack roll. Yeah, if you just roll a strength check at disadvantage. Oh, it's strength plus proficiency. So
Advantage on strength checks too.
are you
With
raging
rage.
again? Okay,
Yes.
so you go back
Yeah.
into a rage because
Yes.
it dropped while you were swimming.
Yep. Raging again, punching in the nose.
You punch it in the nose and you deal 5 points of damage. Which this thing, like its heads are lolling. One of its heads just falls down unconscious from this punch.
Yeah, buddy.
The other two though are going to make an attack on you. It does not have disadvantage in water. Does an 18 hit you?
Yep.
And does a 25 hit you?
Yep.
You take 7 points of damage, reduced to 4, and another 4 points of damage. So you take 8 points of damage total as you chase this thing and punch it. The rest of you are about still about 15 feet away from it.
Where are we at airwise?
You've probably been swimming for about a bit over a minute. So everyone is fine. Felix is probably really starting to feel it. Jagoda is going to try to shoot it again. He misses wildly and falls a bit behind you guys.
I'm gonna make a last ditch effort to stab it. I'm gonna like, okay, I want to dash and try and get to it in my last ditch, like.
Yeah, you
Efforts.
Because of your stuff, you can get onto it and make an attack because you're the fastest swimmer.
Okay, I'm gonna attack with the short sword.
With disadvantage.
With disadvantage, sorry.
No, that's fine.
14.
Just barely misses. But you have a hold of its spine, and so as you stab into it, it just doesn't quite find a meaty portion of it, and yeah. Felix, Carrick, you can make another perception check to find air.
Okay.
Unless you want to do something else.
So if I have a spell scroll, and the spell that it represents also requires a verbal component, is that different somehow?
No.
No? Okay. Worth a shot.
Yeah.
Looking for air.
Okay, perception check. The 12, you're finding a lot more of those little pockets, but still nothing quite big enough. So you still think that you're correctly going the right way, but like you could maybe try and put your mouth into it and it might do something, but probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that leaves you, Thel.
Forward.
Forward. You chase up to it. You're now right behind it, 5 feet. After using all of your action to get there. So, there's that. So next up, everyone make another Constitution saving throw. It's a very good thing you healed Felix. Oh lordy.
We still got like a deity after this, right?
What?
We still may or may not have a deity to fight after this.
You have no clue. This is definitely, you know for sure that this is the beast that Jagoda's been hunting. That he wants. But there are other weirder things going on in these woods. Yep, so you guys take the 2 people that failed. So Carrick and Felix take 4 points of damage. And
Wait, reaction. Can I? No, that's not an attack.
Yes,
right?
you can make their spirit guardians. They can take someone take less damage.
Felix, there you go.
Okay, Felix, you take minus 2d6. If it's okay, you take no damage.
Oh, good.
They somehow keep the poison out of your nose. Okay, we're back to the top. We have Felix and Christopher on its back, Jagoda in the back, Thel just a bit behind, searching for, or not Thel, Carrick searching for air, and Thel right on its ass. So 3 of you guys can take attacks. Jagoda is going to go first and try one more time to shoot an arrow at this thing. And doesn't hit. It's like an 18 and a 3.
You see the new predator? There's something about like wet bowstring. It was pretty badass. I liked it. It's like was it the Comanche one?
Yeah, the Prey, wasn't it called Prey?
Yeah, it's pretty good. But whatever, there's this whole thing about wet bowstrings in it. So
okay. Felix, take your attack. Unless you want to just start trying to race ahead of this thing.
No.
Okay.
Oh shoot! God, here we go with the disadvantage again. Here we go.
Come on. Look at that. You stab it, and you definitely have a sneak attack on this. How do you kill this thing?
I think I swim up and I take the sword around. How many does it have? 3 necks still?
It has like at this point, because of its amount of blood loss, it has 3 heads, but only one of them really looks like it's doing anything anymore.
I'm gonna take the sword, put it around the neck of it, and just kind of grab the tip and pull back and try and chop off the last of its heads.
Okay, you come and shear through that last head, and almost immediately it starts to wiggle, and you see a head trying to pop out of it, like 2 little sprouts, and those little sprouts come out, but you are watching them come out, and so you just start shearing these little sprouting heads out of this hole as they like slowly get smaller and smaller and smaller because they're coming out of littler holes until it's just like almost like two little worms pop off, and it shudders and sinks down, almost clogging this entire tunnel with its ginormous body. However, a second after you think that we're not going to be able to get past this thing without carving it up, which with time you don't have, you watch the body slowly like sludge, leaving like the skin kind of starts sloughing off of it. The scales fall into piles on the side, and it's almost just a carcass there that you guys are still able to push through. Although with that all happening, I need everyone to make one more Constitution saving throw. It's a giant plume of this noxious odor and stuff that comes all around you, and you all take a final 4 points of damage. I have rolled a 4 on every single time I've rolled damage.
I thought that was
I just
the
assumed
amount
it
of
was an automatic 4.
No, I have rolled a d6 every time.
that's still above average. So
Who
Yeah.
was taking that? Everybody?
Everyone.
Okay.
And yeah, so this carcass is down on the ground. But you guys are still in an underwater cavern. So
we're still underwater.
yep.
At what point are we fucked?
Right now, everyone but you could get out back the other way. You would be like going back, you are like probably 15 seconds past the point of no return.
Okay.
So, but as Carrot kind of had been pointing out and had noticed, you are definitely heading upwards and out.
Yeah, he's got to keep going. So I'm gonna keep going and
Okay,
do the best
so
I can.
So to kind of expedite all of this, you're going to be getting right to the end, unless I will let Carrick, you can make one more perception check to find a pocket of water for Felix. A 14, you still don't find something quite good enough. And Felix is like, you couldn't even almost get him back to you because he's just booking it as fast as he can through this tunnel. And Felix, I need you to make an athletics check. An 8. You realize after a bit, like, you are starting to struggle very hard now. And yeah. However, as you're starting to struggle and like starting to like barely start moving yourself even slower, you do see a glimpse of like light as this thing is coming. You see a shimmer in this otherwise completely dark cavern. You see like a beam of something come through and the light change. Does anyone do anything to help Felix, who is ahead of you at this point, but definitely you guys are gaining on him as he slows down?
And we just grab on and keep swimming.
Okay, you guys all keep swimming. Who's going to take lead of trying to get this guy out?
I would assume.
Well, I think you are still just trudging behind. You're in full plate. You can hold your breath for a long time. Or what is your Constitution modifier?
My Constitution modifier is the big number or the total number?
Little number.
2.
Okay, yeah. So everyone is still doing okay. You're starting to struggle, but
I think Christopher is the closest to him.
yeah, I think Christopher has to. What are you gonna do to save your friend Felix?
I'm gonna intimidatingly glare at him to, not give up, like kind of like a football coachy kind of don't you give up on me sort of thing.
Boot camp.
Okay, make a
Workout boot camp.
Make an intimidation check.
This is still disadvantage.
Yes. A 9.
I just look like I'm like shitting myself in the water.
You go. Okay.
Okay, but
Felix?
still, I'm gonna grab him and just try and give him a.
Yeah. So
just
we'll do that first.
do a little
Felix.
toss.
Felix, make another athletics check and hope you pass this one. An 11's not gonna quite do it. And you run out of breath and you stop moving. Luckily, Christopher is there behind you. And then I need Felix, you need to make one more Constitution saving throw. 13. 13 is just good enough. You needed a 12. Because you're being carried out of here, you like just feel about to lull into unconsciousness as you get picked up into fresh air and thrown on the ground by Christopher. Christopher, how do you get this guy to start breathing?
Let's see.
Good old mouth to mouth.
Just some pent up sexual energy here.
Staying
Yeah.
alive.
Like
Staying
a lot
alive.
of traveling together. Just a lot of things I've been thinking about at night, It's just all gonna come out right here.
Yep, and you go down, you hit him on the chest, put your mouth down, and the moment you're about close, a gout of water pukes out of his face or out of his mouth into your open mouth. Make a Constitution saving throw. You start puking immediately too. And you guys
puke his puke back into his
like just this rocky hole with this like kind of pondish type thing with a creek running into it. But Felix, you are unconscious but stable. So no death saves. The other 5 guys work their way and get out of here. The only person that you're missing is Jagoda.
fucking Jagoda.
Does anyone rush back in, or do you also?
I'm rushing back in.
Christopher and Felix cannot do anything.
Okay,
As you're laying on the side of this little pond and this like kind of like marshy glade thing. Does anyone go back for Jagoda?
Somebody better go back. Can't be me, but hopefully somebody.
How did we lose him? He was close to us.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I go back after him, I guess.
I'm gonna say you guys. Make just a wisdom check though to see if you even noticed Jagoda is gone, because Felix was out of breath. The rest of you guys were not far behind him.
Have you seen those competitions? The like underwater, like how like they go across Olympic pools without breath?
No,
I watched it once. I'm never watching it again. It was awful.
People just essentially killing themselves.
They come up like like epileptic, like they have seizures. Yeah, it's bananas. Yeah, no.
Okay. Yeah, the 12. You're more worried about your friend and stabilizing him. You can make or Thel, would you, or not Thel, Carrick, would you want to go back for Jagoda? Or
at least
I know
notice.
that I should. Know that I should.
You know that you should, so you do the same. Make a wisdom saving throw. Or not save, sorry. Check.
So just a normal wisdom.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, you don't. You guys are all worried about your two passed out friends on the ground.
Oh
And you're all
no.
sitting there. Felix, you're starting to come to. You realize that there's no Jagoda. Christopher comes to, realizes there's no Jagoda. And then out of the water pops up a gasping Jagoda holding one of the giant Hydra heads.
Yeah, I had a feeling that's what he was doing.
Look, I needed proof. And walks out with it and throws it on the ground and then just immediately collapses to the ground and passes out. He's stable, he's fine. You guys are all waterlogged, and that you have the skull and head of the Hydra, of one of the Hydra's many heads, and you have successfully defeated the beast of the Savalier Woods. Good job. Yeah, so I think it's about time for you guys to take a long rest.
Please, God.
You were very close. Very close.
Very close. I could have used the legendary actions better. It's just I've never had to remember them, so you just forget that they exist. And that ice storm was a very good choice.
The coin helped.
Yes. So anyways, you guys go to sleep that night. Then we'll do one more thing before we stop. First of all, you guys all fall asleep and wake up at level 8. Woo! But Felix has an interesting night of sleep. 1 second. Yeah, so you have a wild dream that night, Felix. And it almost doesn't feel like a dream. In the middle, you're standing in a roiling like storm of like wind, but you can see it and it's dark. And out of it walks a tall, elven-looking creature with dark blue skin, with that almost looks like it's composed of glass, wrapped in a cloak that's made of this same like dark wind, and approaches you and introduces themselves as Nintra Jagoda, and saying, I've been looking. Nintra, Nintra, Jagoda, Siotta. This humanoid form is about 9 feet tall and like presents female. And these piercing green eyes talk to you and say, "You've done well. I'm surprised since I felt you touch one of my places of power and be able to withdraw some of my gifts that maybe you would be interested in more. You seem a resourceful human, and I could use boots on the ground. You see, I'm stuck here. I've been trapped for a long time and need resourceful people like you to help me possibly escape, but more learn of this world and see what I've missed over the aeons that I've been trapped by those accusers."
What are you proposing?
I propose I give you a little bit of power, and you be my eyes and ears out there, and perhaps when I call in a favor, you come and help.
Okay. I think Felix doesn't really know how to react because this is a dream, right?
You think it's a dream.
Yeah, I think he thinks it's a dream and he doesn't know how to react, but maybe he'll think about that and probably wakes up.
Okay. Yeah, you guys all wake up the next morning. Felix, something that you immediately feel on your person as you're laying under is a very warm stone, or a very warm thing is sitting in your breast pocket, like inside breast pocket of whatever armor you're wearing. And if you check it, you realize that that stone that you used to cast augury is there again, but it feels warmer and has like a slight glow to it.
Sweet.
So you have been reached out to by a patron if you want to multi-class into Warlock.
I definitely do want to do that.
So yeah, we'll say that like that is sitting there, and this was them offering it to you, and as long as you have this stone and choose to use it, you'll have that ability. The other thing I would say, if you want to, you can choose to reduce your rogue level by 1 to be a level 2 warlock instead. Just you'd lose evasion and one of your sneak attack dice, but
That's fine. Yeah,
I'll do
that.
A level 2 warlock is much more interesting than a level 1 warlock.
Yeah, I will do that.
Okay. Everyone else can level up though.
So, this looks like a level that we can either do increase in ability or do a feat. Is that true?
That is correct. I think everyone did ability scores last time, so I will allow feats. Basically, I wouldn't want you to do a feat then ability score, or you can only do one. You can always do ability scores. You can only do feats every other time.
Okay. I might have to read about some of these feats and decide what I want to do.
Yeah. Let's just look at where everyone's at and say, oh, the only thing about your warlock patron though, Felix, is you can only choose the great old one.
The great old one? Okay, that's fine.
That is
how would is it possible to go back in multi-class? If I multi-class.
So what I wonder is if you go into it and before going into the character mancer, go to your.
Oops. I just did. What does that mean?
We do attributes and abilities, and we look at, there should be something for level. Base level. So change your base level to 6.
Oh. Hang on. Base level, where is that?
It is not in any sort of alphabetical order.
Abilities and attributes, you said?
Yeah, abilities and attributes.
Base level 6.
Yeah, so if you change both of those to 6,
There's 2 base level. I see 1. You said base level, and what was the other one? Oh, and level.
There's level right underneath it. Reduce those both to 6.
Yeah. Okay.
And now do the character mancer. And see if it says you're level 6.
So wait, it's like save. Let's see what happens. Yes. Okay.
It says you're level 6?
Yes.
Okay, so now the hit dice still work because rogues and warlocks are both d8, so we don't have to change anything there. So for one of your levels in warlock, put 0 for your HP die rolls.
Okay. So just 1.
Okay. What are you doing with your stuff, Christopher? You're muted.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay. Yeah, because the big thing is to choose if you want to increase your. You can choose a feat if you want. There is a cook feat, but we've already kind of half given you that, so not a lot to do there. Probably the things that make most sense for you would be Constitution, because that increases your armor class too. Or you could get your strength up to 20. That would give it a bonus.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Did it say I get 2? Or...
Yeah, you get 2 points.
So Constitution, I would need to use all
Both.
2 points to get me the bonus, right?
Yep, that would get you a bonus. That would increase your AC by 1 and give you 8 more hit points. Versus the strength one would just add. It would add 1 more damage, and that there's also dexterity, which would add to your AC as well. But you can do whatever you want.
Right. I mean, I don't know what I want. Yeah.
Yeah, and then for Fel, the 2 that make the most sense would also either be your Constitution or your Charisma. Because if you go 2 more to your Charisma, you would have 18, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And that would increase all your saving throws by 1. Your aura would be +4 instead of +3. So, and your spells would be better. But Constitution's always good because it gives you, for each one it goes up, it gives you +1 hit point per level. So, and then for Carrick, intelligence is always good. Dexterity doesn't mean a lot for you now because that Elven Chain, you are already at the max that can give you, just so you know. Elven Chain can only give you a +2 bonus.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably going to end up doing a feat, just because like all of my things are, well, except for dexterity, all of my things are even. So like I wouldn't really gain a bonus.
You would get a bonus because you'd get 2. You would get 2 at any of them.
Oh, you can add 2 to something?
Yeah. So
okay.
you could put your intelligence at 20, and that raises your spell attack, your spell save, your.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I don't know. I have some thinking to do, and then I get 2 spells too. So I'll do some research.
Yeah, yours is a lot harder than other people's.
Yeah.
What's this multi-class thing? I have multi-class 1 out of 4.
So you could, if you want to, multi-class into something. That's 1 out of 4 is just saying you have used 1 class out of the 4 classes you can multi-class into. So you could be a barbarian fighter, rogue, bard.
Is there any detriment to not? Like, should I use up all my multi-classes? Or?
Yes, there is detriment because like your level 1 abilities aren't great. So being a level 1 fighter doesn't get you much. So it'd be like you would You're now splitting your levels, which you don't get that many between two different paths. So it's like level 8 is generally a very good one to not multi-class at, because you get your ASIs, your ability score increases, and those only happen every 4 levels.
Done.
So
Wait, so I get to do. Wait, yeah. So I can either ability score increase or multi-class. Is that right?
well, you can multi-class. If
Oh.
you multi-class, you won't get an ability score increase, because it's getting to level 8 of a barbarian is what lets you get the ability score increase. If you're a level 7 barbarian, level 1 fighter.
Oh, so I can do. Oh, okay. I can either add a class or
just continue on your regular one, which at this level is just ability score increase.
And then every time you level, you pick which one you level up. Is that true?
Yeah. So yeah, if you chose a level in fighter, the next time you level up, you could become a level 2 fighter, still be a level 7 barbarian. But you're a level 9 character.
Yeah, no. That's stick to what I know.
Stick to what you know. But you can also go look at feats. You can't use the lucky feat or the keen mind feat. Those are the only 2 that I have said no to. Because lucky is broken.
Like it's overpowered or it sucks?
No, it's overpowered. It gives you 3 points every day that you just can re-roll anything.
What are
regardless of if you had advantage on it before. So if you had like one check that you really need to make, you could technically roll it if you had advantage 5 times to try to succeed.
Oh, wow.
So that's where it's kind of broken on those single, like very important checks.
Okay, so I'm in the feats tab. What feats do I have available?
Does it not list them?
Maybe, I don't know.
If you go into the info thing and type in feats and look at feats. Nope.
There are a ton of feats.
Yeah, there's a lot. If you pick them from the drop down, it pops up in a little box. You can read them.
Feats by name?
Well, in the actual character mancer, if you have it open, feats by name also has all of them. It might not have all of them though, because it's from the SRD, and I don't think that's all of them. Like, what would be some good ones for you? There's tough. Tough.
Make sure I did this. Make sure I did this right when you have a sec.
Did you finish it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go check.
Make sure I did it right. Sometimes, like, the character mancer is great, but also it's confusing at some point.
Yes.
Like,
I agree. Okay. So it says you're only a great warlock, old one warlock level 1. You did add your
2, right?
Yes, you should be 2.
So I should be another one.
Yeah, so if you go through it again,
okay,
you can do it. So you should have been able to pick your 2 cantrips. You got your awakened mind. I'm going to remove evasion from your sheet.
Okay, cool.
And then I'm going to change your sneak attack to only 3d6. So those were the 2 things you got from your last level of rogue. So that's the only thing about that is when you rolled your HP there, set that one to 0.
Okay.
Manually, because
yeah, got it.
I think I'm just doing +2 Constitution, right?
Perfect.
Sounds good for. I feel like I'm at a not high intelligence check.
Yep.
in my life. So
And you guys just made roughly 7,000 Constitution saving throws. That was a very good idea, sending in the exploding muffin with food.
I didn't know when we were ever gonna get to use that. I have been waiting to use that thing for so long. I was like,
Well, you used it to great effect. Not that these things would have done a lot to you, but you probably would have used maybe one more spell and maybe lost like 10 cumulative HP. Yeah, that Spirit Guardians is really good when you have a single boss creature. Because since it only affects one creature, like you almost
I've been waiting. There's something when they get like additional when I get advantage attacks. There's
that's part of
where is
they
that?
do something else.
Some
There's this one
interesting
too,
feats. I can't
be
decide.
surprised.
Yeah. So yeah, if someone like snuck up on you in the middle of the night, you would not be surprised.
Yeah. I've got this whole Google Doc over here of all my stuff with different highlight colors.
Remember this thing.
To try, and I always forget what okay, orange is for like when we're in combat. Yellow is for when we're before combat.
Smart.
Oh shit! If I gain the observant feat, I can read lips.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. What are other fun ones?
Oh, a +5 bonus to your perception and investigation scores.
The passive perception, right?
Yeah, passive perception and passive intelligence.
Yeah.
Investigation score. Telekinetic and telepathic is also interesting.
So
I would ask that if you choose a feat to have it narratively make sense, having you suddenly be telepathic is kind of weird.
I mean, especially since I'm not the one that almost drowned and had some weird out of body experience. Fair enough.
But things like most other things make sense.
Yeah, slasher might be interesting for me because when I hit somebody with the slashing damage, they can't move, they move by 10 less feet. People would not be able to run away from me as easily, which they always seem to do.
Is that the only benefit of it?
Strength or dexterity by 1, reduce speed by 10 feet when you slash them, and then when you score a critical hit, it's grievously wounded, and it has disadvantage on attack rolls.
Yep, not bad at all.
So, do you understand Eldritch Adept at all?
Yeah, so Eldritch Adept is going to give you some of the benefits of being a warlock. And so it's going to give you what you get. You get one Eldritch Invocation. So Eldritch Invocations, they're kind of like, it's almost like a spell you can just always do at will. But there's a lot of them. So like there's one that allows you to cast Disguise Self at will without ever having to use a spell slot. So it kind of just gives you one of those.
Okay.
So
As
you'd
I
have
like
to
am
go
trying
look.
to, as I'm like trying to read into this, I'm like seeing something about like sorcerer tokens or something weird like that? Is that something I have to worry about? Is that only if I'm actually a warlock?
That would be. I don't think you would have to worry about that. I'm pretty sure all this does gives you an Eldritch Invocation.
Okay.
From the warlock class.
Maybe I should read about warlocks to know if that narratively makes sense.
For you to, it could make sense for you to have a spell that you can just always cast without using a spell slot. Yeah. I think that would make sense for you as a wizard, and this might be something that you've like learned enough to where you're drawing the power from like something else beyond like this reserve you have. I think that can make sense.
Okay.
But like, yeah, what are some of the evocations or invocations?
Charisma is my spell modifier, right?
Yeah, charisma is your spell modifier.
And Constitution adds to hit points. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, so Constitution would add 8 to your hit points. So some Eldritch invocations. Yeah, like beast speech, so you can cast speak with animals at will without a spell slot. Or beguiling influence, you gain proficiency in deception and persuasion checks. A lot of them have some prerequisites though, so Devil's Sight, you can see normally in darkness, both magical and non-magical, to a distance of 120 feet.
Nice.
Eldritch Sight, you can detect magic without using things.
So then I would have to research Eldritch Invocations and then pick one of those. That makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. You can read Eyes of the Runekeeper. You can read all writing.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm not gonna be figuring this out today. I'm gonna be figuring this out another day.
Yeah. And this is just the player handbook one. There are a lot more in all of the other books that we have available to us.
Yeah, it seems like I'm like finding multiple lists with like different things on different lists.
Yeah. It's not organized the easiest because it's like it's not going to take all of the things from different books always.
Okay. Is this where we're stopping today?
Yeah. Just kind of like put a button on it. You guys are all there. And you're all kind of wake up in the morning. And the weird thing about when you wake up in the morning, everything around you kind of has changed. Like that water that looked stagnant and gross that you just swam through is clear and normal. And the trees around you, instead of that weird twisting that you had of it, they look like normal trees, and you even see like the leaves, the barren trees have little buds on them, and the non-barren trees leaves have changed from that weird blackish purple to turning back to green and more vibrant. The ground is just, everything seems a little bit more vibrant, a little bit less gross and twisted as it used to be. So you notice you can see, kind of off in the distance, you see the top of that church. That was there.
Well, what happened to Gorge? Can he
don't
see?
know what happened to Gorge.
Oh my God.
Jagoda does ask you all in the morning. He's like, I know it's going to be a little tough, but it should be easier. Can people help me go down there and try and see if we can scavenge anything off the body of that Hydra?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, so
No, Felix will not. He is kind of I don't want
might
to say
be
afraid of
the
water,
from now on.
but he's a little bit skittish. Something came over him yesterday. Dove in with no like. He's usually pretty cautious.
The entire day yesterday he was unconscious. He ran in and saw a giant ogre. Yeah. So Jagoda gets a +4 on his survival. You guys can either both take a both make a roll, or he can do it with advantage since you're following him, Phil.
Do we know, is it gonna be possible for us to move the body, or is it only we can only go down and scavenge at this point?
I guess yeah, you guys could probably pull it. I'll say like if all three of you, Jagoda and Christopher, all go down into this tunnel and try to pull it out, you might lose. You probably wouldn't be able to scavenge much of the scales after that, but you could certainly, you would probably have a better chance at scavenging the other things. So it's up to you.
Yeah, let's drag it out.
Okay, yeah. Make a you and Christopher make an athletics check, and Jagoda will as well.
Shit. Well, I guess I'll just cancel it now.
Well, Jagoda got a natural 20.
Did we long rest already or no?
Yeah.
So
if you click the
my
long rest, there's a long rest button now.
Where?
Yeah.
Where?
Right
It's
above.
under flaws on your core sheet.
It's on the right side, right above the like extra skills. I don't even know what I would call that section. Stuff. Random stuff.
Your arrows and your rages and your
Oh, the long rest
Underblast.
button did not.
I clicked it and it just put everything up to full, is what it did for me.
It didn't do my lay on hands up to full, which is interesting.
Okay.
What check? Athletics skill check?
Make an athletic skill check. Oh, you're not poisoned anymore or exhausted anymore, Christopher.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. How do I take that out?
You just have to reduce exhaustion level by 1. Is there a button to do it?
Yeah. No. It just stays there? Has it always been there?
It is there now. It's just now when it's a check mark I turned on.
Okay.
It's there, but as long as there's no words in there, you're fine.
Cool.
Yeah, then just make an athletics check for me, Christopher.
Do I have, I think I get a advantage on this too.
If you're raging, yes.
No. Well, you know what? I'm gonna take some zen to myself and not rage for this.
Okay. Both of you guys are much more exhausted than Jagoda. Jagoda is running on pure adrenaline right now. He got a natural 20, so you are going to be able to drag it out. And you're still able to scavenge a tiny bit of scales, probably about a pound of scales that would be worth maybe 5 gold. And now, since all of you guys are out there, Jagoda will make a survival check, and one of you can make a survival check or give him advantage. He has a +4. So, you want him to go with advantage or with?
Yeah, just
Or
give him
once you get
advantage, I guess.
Okay,
Take it away.
take it away, Jagoda. Jagoda pulls out his big old cleaving knife, and he's like, "Hell yeah!" He got a natural 20 and a natural 1. So from this, as you already did have, you have the entire head, which has all of the things in it. So you have about 26 Hydra fangs. He's keeping half of it. So you have 13 Hydra fangs. He gives you all the scales.
Someone writing this in the party items.
I don't think so.
Oh,
and those teeth can be used to craft arrows, knives, things like that. They have, some sort of properties if you gave them to the right people, or you could just sell them probably for that amount. You could probably sell it for 100 gold to the right people.
Okay,
The
so we have
blood is all
13
gone.
Hydra fangs, 1 pound of Hydra scales, no blood. Okay, I'm caught up.
No blood because that all went into the river. But also inside the head, you are able to take out the brain, which Jagoda says you can have, but he'll keep in his little sack of colding, so it'll be preserved for longer. And that brain, you can see what it does, things that it could do later. And then the one last thing you find, and it's really weird, as you are pulling out like through one of the necks, you find this like dark black with like a little bit of gold speck in it chain. And as you're pulling this chain out of it, the chain immediately disintegrates once it gets outside of the beast's innards. And then as you're pulling it up, you see this like large thing that's like pulling up through the neck, and then the chain pops out, it disintegrates off, and you have this shard of it's bronze or brass that when it hits the ground, it makes a very clear tone and looks like it could be like a shard taken off of a bell. So, and then anyone can make a quick history check when that bell shard fell out. Carrick, you immediately remember that there was a broken bell in the church that you had been in before. So, good job, Jagoda.
As far as the character mancer goes, outside of like checks that need dexterity, there's no class gain for me with dexterity, right?
No, since you're wearing full plate armor, there's no way for it to increase your AC. Dexterity it would just be for those checks and saves.
Okay.
When was the last time we leveled up?
It was 7 or 8 times ago.
Oh, really? That soon? Huh.
I mean, that's 8 months. So, yeah, and generally, we're doing more milestone type stuff, but so the last time you leveled up was when you removed the slad from Christopher.
Oh, that was fun.
Yep. Okay, well, do we want to pick a date real quick? Because then I have to drive up to Park City. You guys can fiddle and do your character stuff as long as you want.
So what are we thinking, like next month sometime?
Yes. Does the 5th of February? Nope, that doesn't work for me. So the earliest I could do it would be in 2 weeks on the 22nd, and then after that, it's not until the 12th of February.
Pretty open.
I'm good with either.
I would prefer the 12th of February, honestly.
Okay. Does that work for you, Jake?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, cool. We will put down the 12th of February. That's good because I don't have anything else prepared beyond a rough outline.
Cool, thanks, Scott.
Yep.
Yeah,
good
thanks.
job,
Thanks, guys.
everybody. I thought I would kill somebody, but
You're close. I mean, you killed an
Almost.
octopus.
oh, I guess I
The
killed a lot.
direwolf.
Oh,
Yeah.
and the direwolf. The direwolf was actually clutch. That direwolf saved a lot of people from getting hit in that
Oh yeah,
surprise.
it
Yeah.
bullet sponged 100%.
Yes, it took 40 damage from other people, so I guess we can't complain too much about
I've got like
Um,
1,000 hit points now, so I'm gonna do my best to take that down.
I know
at some
that
point.
tough. I was looking at that tough feat, and I was a little tempted because it's your maximum hit point increases by an amount equal to twice your level when you gain this feat. Could add another
Yeah.
16 hit points.
So yeah, that's a weird one because like the higher the level you take it, the better it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Wait
like,
a
if
little
you take
bit.
it at level 12, then it's 24 hit points.
It's a lot.
Okie doke, dude. Thank you so much for joining, and I'll see you all in a month or so.
Yeah. See you, man.
Cool. See you guys.
Later.